Hey everyone, this is Light Novel Sound. Thanks so much for tuning in. If you're enjoying the series, feel free to leave a like and drop a comment below. It really helps the channel. And if you'd like faster updates or want to request a story, you can support the channel over on Buy Me a Coffee. Now, let's pick up the story where we left off. Chapter 426, I'll leave with you. Long time no see, Qin Wufu. Jock turned around and looked at Qin Wufu. Qin Wufu saw Jock's face clearly and was immediately alarmed. Impossible, Jock, how were you released? Qin Wufu had participated in the encirclement operation of Jock. It included many of his comrades in the Federation. Back then, Qin Wufu was still in his prime. Surrounded by a group of epic experts in the Federation, he hunted the psychopath, Jock. He hadn't been afraid at all. He only had the zealous ardor of getting rid of a scourge of humanity. However, as the encirclement continued, more and more of his companions were silently killed by Jock. They didn't even meet Jock at all. This made Qin Wufu realize that Jock was a terrifying devil, a cunning fox, a venomous snake, and he had the necessary qualities of all evil people. He was a born devil. On Qin Wufu's back was a scar that stretched across his entire back. It was left behind by the battle. If his life providence hadn't been extraordinary, he probably would have died in that battle. Jock's name caused the faces of some middle-aged soldiers to change drastically. It was the name that their parents often used to scare them when they were young. If they made a mistake, or if they constantly pulled a tantrum, their parents would say that serial killer Jock was coming for them to eat them up. It caused a childhood trauma. Even though they had already advanced to the epic stage, hearing this name made them subconsciously fearful. An epic officer who was about 27 years old had clearly never heard of Jock's name. He might have heard of it before, but he had no deep impression of Jock. After all, Jock had been arrested when he was born. No matter who you are, you can't do as you please, the young epic officer said coldly. He bragged that he was a genius, advancing to the epic stage at the age of 28. He claimed that he wasn't inferior to the geniuses of the 6 families. Unfortunately, he didn't know how terrifying the person in front of him was. He had also underestimated the kind of existence that left a name of devil in the history of the Federation. Jock didn't even look at him and merely snapped his fingers. Boom! The young officer's body exploded, and a terrifying shockwave blasted all the nearby buildings. Although the officers reacted quickly, they were too close. Many of the officers were injured from the explosion, and the surroundings were in a mess. From now on, all of you shut up. I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Whoever dares to spout nonsense will share the same end, Jock said coldly. He. A hot-tempered officer was about to rush towards Jock when he was stopped by Qin Wufu. Jock, what are you trying to do? Qin Wufu stared at Jock and asked. I only want him. Jock pointed at Zhou Wen and said, follow me now. If you dare say no, I'll make everyone here turn into fireworks as the pre-celebration before my meal. Zhou Wen, listen to me. Leave this place immediately and let me handle it. Qin Wufu stared at Jock as his body shimmered. An armor appeared on him. The other officers and soldiers also summoned their companion beasts, prepared to fight at any moment. It looks like you still don't understand what's happening. Then I'll let you all sober up, Jock said as he raised his hand to snap his fingers. Jock, wait a moment, Zhou Wen said. Jock stopped and looked at Zhou Wen with interest. Why? Have you thought it through? Zhou Wen nodded and said, I understand. I'll leave with you. Zhou Wen didn't agree to leave with Jock because of Qin Wufu and company. After all, he wasn't afraid of Jock to begin with. Besides, he needed to find Jock's real body to completely eliminate him. Even if he were to attack and kill Jock, he didn't know if this was Jock's second puppet. Zhou Wen, you can't. Leave here immediately, Qin Wufu ordered. Governor Qin, the entire military camp has life blast implanted in them by Jock. As the commander-in-chief of Chess Mountain, do you want everyone to die with me? Zhou Wen only wanted to leave as quickly as possible without wasting any more time. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. If everyone was implanted with a life blast, wouldn't they explode at any moment like the young officer? That's impossible. Life blast needs contact before it can be released. We haven't seen him before, Qin Wufu said with a change in expression. You should have seen it before, right? Jock pointed at the cat at his feet. Everyone looked at the cat, and their expressions changed when they saw it. They had indeed seen the cat, but they had just noticed it in passing. However, when they paid attention again, they didn't see it again. They thought they were seeing things. But now, they realized that something was amiss. Furthermore, the self-detonation of the young officer just now disheartened them. Do you want me to prove it to you? Jock said coldly. There's no need. I'll leave with you. Zhou Wen wanted to quickly escape the current situation. He had to find Jock's true body as soon as possible. How could such a dangerous fellow who stood at odds with him be allowed to live? This time, he dealt with soldiers who had nothing to do with him. It was hard to guarantee that the next victim wouldn't be his family or friends. Zhou Wen. Qin Wufu looked at Zhou Wen with a strange expression. Governor, please remember your responsibility. The person you need to protect isn't me, Zhou Wen, but the millions of ordinary people behind you. Zhou Wen only wanted to quickly follow Jock. If Qin Wufu were to stop him, he would only become an obstacle. All he could do was say something that pinned Qin Wufu in place, so that he wouldn't have the determination to fight to the death. However, when Qin Wufu, Lu Su, and the officers and soldiers heard this, it meant something completely different to them. Zhou Wen's image instantly became lofty in their hearts. It was like a saint sacrificing himself to save the citizens. They had no idea that Zhou Wen yearned to stay as far away as possible from them as possible. No one wanted to be with a pile of bombs that could explode at any moment. Let's go. Jock turned around and walked towards the encampment's entrance. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate to follow him. Qin Wufu gaped, but he ultimately didn't say anything. All he did was give Zhou Wen a military salute. All the officers and soldiers saluted Zhou Wen and watched him and Jock leave the military camp. Chapter 427, Slaying Jock 1. I've already come out with you. Can you release the life blasts in their bodies? Zhou Wen said to Jock after leaving the encampment. Put this on. Jock handed Zhou Wen a strange chain. What's this? Zhou Wen looked at the item and felt that it resembled shackles, but it was much thinner. It wasn't as simple as simply chaining his limbs. This is the primordial trapping lock that was invented by the Bureau. It's made with primordial gold. After wearing it, it can bind all 26 spots that you might have a sea of energy. When worn, even immortals will not be able to use their primordial energy. I was locked up in one for 28 years, but this is a simplified version. The one I wore was more complicated and inconvenient to obtain. I've requested this from the Bureau to be specially prepared for you, Jock said. Zhou Wen looked at the primordial trapping lock and frowned. What you are doing is equivalent to making me commit suicide. Of course, you can also choose to watch a fireworks bonanza. Jock pointed in the direction of the encampment. All right, I'll wear it. Zhou Wen was actually sneering inwardly while pretending to be placed in a difficult position. This item might be useful on others, sealing their primordial energy C, but Zhou Wen didn't have any primordial energy C. If one insisted on using the concept, his entire body was a primordial energy C. Unless one directly destroyed his body, there was no way one could destroy his primordial energy C. The Lost Immortal Sutra was one of a kind. After receiving the primordial trapping lock, Zhou Wen put it on. It was as though he wasn't wearing it. He saw chains envelop his body. In some special areas, there were 26 spots that had metal needles pierce into his body. They targeted 26 spots where primordial energy Cs could be. Even the most top-notch experts in the Federation would no longer be able to use primordial energy after being bound by the primordial trapping lock. Without the circulation of primordial energy, they couldn't use primordial energy arts, nor could they summon companion beasts. Although summoning a companion beast didn't require much primordial energy, not having any made it impossible to activate the tattoo formed by the companion beast. That prevented the summoning of a companion beast. You are very strong, but unfortunately, you are restrained by the so-called morals of the secular world. You are actually foolish enough to sacrifice yourself for others. This is the only place you aren't strong enough. It's also the only thing that disappoints me. I originally imagined that you would be truly inspired by my coercion and abandon those trash to release your true self. Finally, to truly push your mental and physical body to the limits. I never expected you to be brainwashed by such foolish feudal ethics. It's truly disappointing. Despite seeing Zhou Wen put on the primordial trapping lock, Jock revealed a disappointed expression instead of joy. Isn't this what you want? Zhou Wen looked coldly at Jock. Of course not. I told you before that I want to see the moment when your body and mind reach their limits. Only then would you be the best ingredient in the world with no substitute. Unfortunately, your mental state is too terrible. You're extremely stupid. This greatly reduces your deliciousness, Jock said. Zhou Wen wore an amused, yet angered look. He stared at Jock and said, "You're such a particular person when it comes to doing evil. Should I say that you're an artist amongst evil people? Or should I say you're a jerk? It doesn't matter. I'm me. My pursuit doesn't need the understanding of others." Jock glanced at Zhou Wen and said, "If I were to eat you now, it would be a waste of a delicacy. However, there's no rush. I'll soon push your mind to the limit." "What are you trying to do?" Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly. "Do you feel it? Your mind is beginning to stir." Jock looked in the direction of the encampment and continued, "Now, I'll get rid of that stupid trash and stop them from being a mental obstacle for you. I'll let you recover your true self. You're a lunatic." Zhou Wen immediately understood that Jock was actually going to kill those people in the encampment to agitate him. "I'm just helping you search for your true self." Jock's eyes were burning with zeal. "You are a lunatic. Do you want me to become a lunatic like you?" Zhou Wen stared at Jock expressionlessly. He wasn't angry, but he was judging if Jock was an avatar or the actual body. If a lunatic can be happy, why not try going crazy? Jock said calmly as he summoned the Hex Cat Demon. You said that you used the Cat Demon's curse to plant a life blast into everyone. It's actually fake, right? Zhou Wen asked. Why do you say that? Jock stopped and asked with interest. According to what I know, curses have all sorts of restrictions. To begin with, a curse requires a medium. And to add life blast via a curse makes it even more difficult. The conditions should be even more stringent. Even the curse powers of a mythical companion beast shouldn't be so powerful that they are able to curse someone without a medium, right? Jock nodded and said, You're right. It's true that I can't curse everyone. I just cursed something in the camp. Anyone who came into contact with it would be infected by the curse and have life blast planted in them. It shouldn't be that simple. It's impossible to spread such a passive curse so easily and in such a widespread manner, Zhou Wen said with certainty. Oh, then, how do you think I infected them with the curse? Jock stopped what he was doing and asked Zhou Wen with interest. You detonated a soldier before and also detonated an officer. So the item must be something touched by the soldiers and officers. Just touching it isn't enough. You need a special ritual or medium to infect them with a curse. Previously, I said that they had all been set up with life blast. You showed them the Hex Cat Demon and made them believe that they were cursed by it. In fact, you had already exposed the fact that you didn't curse everyone, Zhou Wen said. Continue, Jock smiled. In the camp, there's only one thing that fulfills the conditions mentioned. After much thought, it's the logbook they sign when they hand over their duties. You put the curse on the logbook, and all the officers and soldiers who signed it ended up completing the ritual and got infected with the curse. You said that you didn't curse me because you didn't want me to suffer any harm. In fact, it's because I didn't write my name on the logbook, so you can't curse me. You are indeed very smart. You are almost perfect. However, even if your name is on the logbook, I won't let you be tainted by the curse, Jock said. Chapter 428, Slaying Jock 2. From the looks of it, I guessed correctly. You are probably the real body. I never expected you to be so bold to enter the military camp with your real body. If you really detonated everyone, you probably wouldn't be able to escape, right? Zhou Wen praised Jock. You even guessed that. How did you guess that? Jock was somewhat surprised as he asked Zhou Wen. I wasn't sure, but I'm certain now, Zhou Wen said. Jock was taken aback before he laughed. Interesting. You're really interesting. What a pity. A smart person like you actually chose to sacrifice yourself for that trash. However, it's fortunate that you did so. Otherwise, with your abilities and intellect, I wouldn't have been able to capture you. You are right. This is my real body. This is because I wouldn't be able to summon a mythical companion beast without my actual body. Naturally, I wouldn't have been able to complete those means without it. Everyone believes that I'm a despicable person who only hides in the dark. Everyone believes that I won't take risks with my real body, but I just so happen to do so. Furthermore, I came out unscathed. Isn't that very interesting? Jock was somewhat delighted. You are indeed a bold and meticulous devil. If a person like you were to live in this world, I'm afraid many people would be very uneasy. Zhou Wen sighed. Others aren't within my considerations, but you should be happy. Although you will be dead, I won't let off those people who want to capture you. I'll destroy the entire bureau. It can be considered as taking revenge for you in a way, Jock said. I've been poor since I was young, so I grew up with a bad habit. I like to handle my own things by myself, and don't really know how to enjoy life or enjoy being served by others. Therefore, it's best I avenge myself, Zhou Wen said. You've put me in a difficult position. I'm starving now, and I wish I could swallow a delicacy like you immediately. I can't wait that long, Jock said as he licked his lips. So I'll kill you first, Zhou Wen said as he stared at Jock. It's a pity that you've already put on the primordial trapping lock, so you don't have a chance. Jock was clearly very confident in the lock. After all, this was something that had chained him for 28 years. He had tried all possible means, without a way of breaking free from the lock's imprisonment. Is that so? Zhou Wen exerted strength as the shackle that bound him instantly shattered, turning into flying shards. Jock's expression changed, as he attempted to snap his fingers to kill all the people who had been cursed. He wanted to deal a mental blow to Zhou Wen. However, just as he raised his hand, he saw a flash. It was unbelievably fast as it chopped off his hand. It did not stop as it continued towards Jock's body. As Zhou Wen had been chained by the primordial trapping lock, Jock wasn't prepared at all. He was just too close to Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen was just too fast. There were probably few people who were faster than him at the epic stage, and Jock wasn't as fast as Zhou Wen's blade. Jock suddenly turned into a shadow and escaped, but the bamboo blade in Zhou Wen's hand was even faster. He slashed at the shadow. With a spurt of blood, a tiger-shaped companion beast was sliced into two by Zhou Wen. The tiger-shaped companion beast's corpse and blood exploded suddenly. The strength of the explosion was much more terrifying than the full-powered attack of an epic creature. Clearly, the tiger-shaped companion beast was at the epic stage. Die! Jock dodged to another spot. In his spot, more than 10 epic companion beasts appeared at the same time and were set off by Jock. A terrifying force exploded within a radius of a few hundred meters, forming a huge blast of light that shot into the sky. It could be seen from tens of kilometers away. Inside the encampment, Qin Wufu and the others saw the terrifying blast of light. They felt the ground shake as their expressions turned nasty. Something might have happened to Zhou Wen. Let's go take a look. Qin Wufu immediately led his men in the direction of the explosion. It was in the direction where Jock had taken Zhou Wen. As for the terrifying blast, it wasn't something not at the epic stage could match. Zhou Wen definitely couldn't produce such immense power. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. Jock was unleashing his powers. Lu Su rushed in the direction of the explosion with the rest. She was extremely depressed. She still remembered that she had written Zhou Wen off as being afraid of death when he said that he didn't wish to implicate the soldiers. However, in order to preserve their lives, Zhou Wen chose to leave with a serial killer like Jock. His outcome was obvious. Lu Su knew that there was hell ahead of them. A youth who was still schooling had bravely chosen to walk towards hell for the sake of these soldiers. This made Lu Su feel ashamed and touched. Zhou Wen, don't die. This was Lu Su's heartfelt prayer, as well as the heartfelt pleas of many Chess Mountain soldiers and officers. The moment Zhou Wen left with Jock, Zhou Wen was no longer an ordinary name in their hearts. Jock glared at the spot of the blast. He was extremely conflicted. He didn't wish for Zhou Wen to die just like that. From his point of view, this was a waste of good food. However, at that moment, He really felt that his life was under a serious threat. He had subconsciously used all his strength. Compared to delicacies, his life was more important. Jock stared intently at the spot where the blast had gone off. Although more than 10 epic creatures self-destructed at the same spot, and the might was enough to kill any epic creature, Jock was still worried. He couldn't feel at ease without seeing Zhou Wen's corpse. Boom! A figure rushed out from the blast, emitting light and heat into the air. It was like the sun. He held a huge sword in his hand and slashed down from above. The sword beam cleaved down like a wheel of sunlight. The light was unbelievably domineering. Is this fellow a monster? The detonation of more than 10 epic companion beasts failed to kill him. Jock was alarmed, but his eyes burned with zeal. At that moment, he no longer wished to escape. Now, the thought of eating Zhou Wen burned even more. It almost devoured him. He extended his hand, and the Hex Cat demon transformed into a ring that appeared on his finger. Wearing the ring, Jock didn't escape and instead punched Zhou Wen's sword beam. This was clearly not Jock's style, but Zhou Wen's sword beam still slashed without any hesitation. Crack! Jock's cat demon ring and his arm were severed at the same time. Jock was sent flying, but he wore a crazy smile on his face. Curse of blood life change. Sanguine light burst out from Jock's body, transforming into blood-colored hex patterns. His life soul, Blood Hex Clown, appeared on Zhou Wen's body, and immediately Zhou Wen's body was enveloped by sanguine light as he fell from the sky. Let's see who has a more hardy life. Jock's long hair flared in the wind. The blood hex on his body rose as he was about to activate his curse. Chapter 429, I have to make them feel the pain. Just as Jock was about to release his curse, a purple beam slashed across his back. Jock's movement froze as his raised hand stopped in midair. A head flew into the air with the splattering blood. Not far behind Jock was a doll-like girl wearing purple armor. She was standing there with a purple copper scabbard in her arms. Thud! Jock's beheaded corpse fell, and the ancient sword returned to the sheath in the demonic neonate's arms. However, Zhou Wen didn't dare let his guard down. He continued staring intently at Jock's corpse, afraid that it would turn into a puppet. Thankfully, the thing he was worried about didn't happen. Jock's corpse didn't turn into a doll. Instead, his mysterious phone vibrated. Zhou Wen took out his phone and saw the dead man tree automatically appear on the screen. He snapped a picture of Jock's corpse with the phone, and his corpse and blood vanished. The Blood Hex Clown also transformed into a red stream of light that was sucked into the phone. On the crown of the dead man tree, an additional sprout appeared. When Qin Wufu brought his men over, he saw a huge crater a few hundred meters in diameter. Zhou Wen stood in the huge crater, but there was no sign of Jock. Zhou Wen, are you all right? Where's Jock? Lu Su asked Zhou Wen in surprise. He probably doesn't exist in this world anymore. Zhou Wen stuffed his phone into his pocket and said casually. Qin Wufu, Lu Su, and the other epic officers were shocked. What Zhou Wen said was very obvious, but they found it unbelievable. However, the reality was right in front of him. Even Qin Wufu found it difficult to produce the results of such an intense battle and explosive strength. In such a battle, there was naturally one survivor. Since Zhou Wen could stand here unharmed, Jock's outcome was self-evident. Lu Su and company were alarmed when they saw Zhou Wen standing in the crater. They found it unbelievable that an infamous, bloodthirsty murderer like Jock would be killed by a college student like Zhou Wen, even though they didn't know how powerful Jock had been in the past. Jock had barged into the military camp alone and killed so many soldiers and officers while he chatted casually. However, they could do nothing against his ferocious might. They acutely knew how powerful he was, but he had been killed by a student like Zhou Wen. It was truly difficult to accept the truth. After returning to the encampment, Lu Su strongly requested Zhou Wen to have a physical checkup, but she found him completely uninjured. Zhou Wen's deeds became legends in the Chess Mountains encampment. The soldiers discussed his achievements, his bravery, prowess, and excellent medical skills. In Chess Mountains encampment, Zhou Wen became synonymous with omnipotent. He was revered by many soldiers and officers. Even when Qin Wufu reported it to Xianxia, he had used the most exaggerated words of praise, causing Xianxia's expression to turn odd when he heard the report. "Overseer, it's such a waste for such a talent to stay on campus. Please make sure Zhou Wen stays in Chess Mountain. I hope he can become the captain of the special unit." Qin Wufu directly voiced his request through the video call. "Do you think that with his age and experience, people will acknowledge him as captain of the Special Operations Unit?" And Tianzuo asked. "Don't worry, Overseer. I've already asked for their views. Their opinions are unanimous. They accept no one to be their captain but Zhou Wen," Qin Wufu said immediately. And Tianzuo's expression became even odder. He pondered for a moment and said, "I can't make the decision on this matter. His surname is Zhu, not An. I'm not in charge of him. Besides, your suggestion might not even be approved by my Empress Dowager." Qin Wufu sighed when he heard that. "That's true. Madame Lan probably won't let him take the risk, but it's too wasteful to let such a talent stay in school. As long as he trains for a few more years, he will definitely be able to preside over a region in the future." And Sheng stood by the side in all seriousness, but for some reason, and Tianzuo felt that he was holding back his laughter. Only after Qin Wufu hung up did Tianzuo turn to glare at Sheng. "What are you so happy about? Don't you know how many soldiers were killed?" "Overseer, I'm not laughing," and Sheng said solemnly. "HMPH, does the Bureau really think that Ans are dead? How dare they kill the N family's soldiers inside our military camp? They have to pay for this," said Tianzuo coldly. "Overseer, how do you want them to pay?" And Sheng's eyes turned cold. "It's time to nudge the nail you buried in the Bureau," said Tianzuo. "Yes, I understand what I need to do." And Sheng's eyes lit up as he said in excitement, "Go ahead. Don't let them wait too long. Also, clamp down the news that Zhou Wen killed Jock. Don't let any news on Chess Mountain spread," said Tianzuo. "Even if word gets out, no one will believe that Jock was killed by young Master Wen, right?" And Sheng said. "Jock naturally wasn't killed by a student," said Tianzuo. And Sheng immediately understood what Tianzuo was getting at. "Overseer, don't worry. Jock's death has nothing to do with young Master Wen. He was shot dead by our family's army. Did I say so?" And Tianzuo glared at him. "No, Overseer has never said anything about that. However, if others were to think that way, you can't stop them. Anyway, this has nothing to do with young Master Wen, and they won't be able to pin it on him," and Sheng said in all seriousness. "It's none of my business whether he's investigated. It's good if a troublesome fellow ends up dying, and Tianzuo said with a snort. Overseer, do you mean to let him stay at Chess Mountain or let him return to school? And Sheng asked. Don't ask me about his matters. Ask the person at home yourself, and Tianzuo said without looking up. With Jock's death, Zhou Wen felt a lot more relaxed. However, his mind didn't stop working. The Bureau had actually used people like Jock to capture him. It was no different from taking his life. Although Zhou Wen's present strength was insufficient to confront the Bureau head-on, wouldn't it mean that they could bully Zhou Wen as they wished if he didn't do anything? Wouldn't they send even more people without any scruples? No, I have to think of a way. I have to let the Bureau feel the pain. Although I can't face the Bureau head-on, I don't necessarily have to fight them head-on. Just like Jock, I might be able to do something. Zhou Wen's mind raced. Zhou Wen didn't like arguing with others, nor did he like to hold grudges with others. He even found quarreling troublesome. However, he had his bottom line and temper as well. Chapter 430, Entering Chess Mountain. Zhou Wen had a limited understanding of the Bureau. He couldn't do anything even if he had the intention. Therefore, he made a phone call to Sheng and asked him for information regarding the Bureau. Young Master Wen, although Jock was very strong, he was locked up for so many years. His strength alone was far inferior to the Bureau's. And Sheng paused before saying, "Don't worry about this. The Yen family definitely won't let this matter rest. They will definitely make the Bureau pay for it. We are already taking action. I just want to know more about my enemy." Zhou Wen didn't explain further. That's true. You will definitely have to deal with the Bureau in the future. Indeed, you should have a detailed understanding of them. Why don't you give me some time? I'll organize the information and send you a copy. It won't be appropriate passing some of the materials over the internet. And Sheng said. All right. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush. He hadn't thought of what to do either. Did you really kill Jock? And Sheng asked curiously as there were no traces of Jock's corpse on the spot. I don't know what to say. In theory, he should be dead, Zhou Wen said. Then does that mean there's still a chance of survival? And Sheng asked. You don't have to worry about Jock's problem, Zhou Wen said with certainty. The reason he didn't say that Jock was dead was that he had vanished in this world because the companion eggs produced by the dead man tree were different from ordinary companion eggs. They carried things from their past lives, making them a type of clone. Zhou Wen was still very expectant of the companion beast, transformed by Jock. If he could have the ability to produce Life Blast, it would be of great help to Zhou Wen in his future battles. Although he could use spatial trajectories to achieve the effect of a Life Blast, it was much less practical. It wasn't as easy or convenient as Life Blast. Furthermore, Jock was an expert in shadow escape and various curses. The only thing Zhou Wen wasn't sure of was the number of techniques he could retain after Jock transformed into a companion beast. Beep! Beep! A message came through the phone. Zhou Wen took out his phone to take a look and realized that it was a message from the Theurge. I need these things. Buy them for me. A long list followed the message. Zhou Wen took a look and realized that they were all equipment, instruments, and materials related to chemistry. What do you want these things for? Zhou Wen found it odd. He remembered that he hadn't introduced television dramas related to chemistry to the Theurge. For learning, the Theurge's answer was very simple. Learning chemistry. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he asked, Have you watched the television dramas I introduced? They're too fake, too boring. The fake stuff you humans cook up is useless. Only stuff like chemistry and technology is interesting. Hurry up and buy them. I want to see those things before tomorrow's sunset. That's impossible. Many of the things you want need to be purchased in a large city. I can't get them in a small city at all. If I go to a big city, I'll take half a month to return. Zhou Wen was telling the truth. It was possible to buy something like a beaker in a typical small city, but it was impossible to buy those instruments. The Thirch seemed to have learned a lot about the Federation from the internet. She probably knew that Zhou Wen wasn't lying. After some silence, she sent another message. I want you to enter Chess Mountain once. Get something inside. The Thirch, you also know how weak I am. If you let me enter Chess Mountain, won't that kill me? Zhou Wen immediately sent a message rejecting the request. As long as you do as I say, absolutely nothing will happen. If you don't go, I'll make a wish to sever all your limbs, the Thirch said. What do you want me to go in for? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. If the Thirch wanted him to enter to break the seal, that would be a huge problem. To take a treasure from inside. With that treasure, in the future, you can pass things to me directly through the treasure. There's no need to run around again. You can save a lot of time, said the Thirch. There's actually such a treasure. What is it? Zhou Wen was delighted when he heard that. From the current situation, the Thirch really needed him to do errands, so it didn't make sense for her to harm him. If he could enter Chess Mountain to take a gander at the situation inside, it would be helpful when he had to clear the Chess Mountain dungeon in the future. Furthermore, there were treasures that he could take. The Thirch said, It's nothing special. It's just a flower. However, that flower is growing inside Chess Mountain. You have to enter the belly of the mountain to take it out. I can't help you take it out. Is it really not dangerous? Zhou Wen was still somewhat hesitant. Chess Mountain is indeed very dangerous, but as long as you follow my instructions, there won't be any danger. Unless you have a death wish and choose not to listen to my orders. The Thirch paused and said, You don't have the right to choose. Show yourself at Chess Mountain in an hour or else. Got it. All limbs severed, right? Zhou Wen added. Although he was unwilling, Zhou Wen still had to go. He had seen the Thirch's strength before. The wish force was too terrifying. Even truth listeners, evil nullification, couldn't resolve the problem. He really had to go. It's indeed bad to take risks. I won't randomly go to unfamiliar dimensional zones in the future. Zhou Wen packed and rushed to Chess Mountain. When he saw the flower again, the Thirch didn't say anything to him. He saw that there was a crack on the mountain wall from where the flower was rooted. It could probably allow someone to squeeze in. Come in. The Thirch's voice came from within the flower. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and crawled into the crack by turning sideways. The crack was narrow, so all Zhou Wen could do was slowly walk sidewards. The further he went in, the darker it became. Soon, it was pitch black. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had truth listener, so he knew of the surrounding situation. It wasn't that terrifying. After walking for quite some time, the rift finally opened up. Zhou Wen realized that in front of him was a huge space. Zhou Wen was in the middle of the mountain belly. And at the bottom of it, there was a massive, strange building. Zhou Wen had seen quite a number of ancient architectural maps, but this was the first time he had seen such a building. It had layers that resembled stairs, but they were extremely huge. Each layer was similar to a huge square. At the very top was an ancient building. There was a rainbow-colored treasure halo that surged up into the sky, illuminating the interior of the mountain belly. Chapter 431, Treasure Trove. The seven-colored treasure glow surged up from within the ancient building, but at its foundation, blood like liquid seeped out. The underground river flowed through the foundation and brought away the blood like liquid, immediately turning into a blood-colored river. Now, Zhou Wen finally knew why the river outside was blood-colored. It was because of this strange building. Upon closer inspection of the foundation of the building's bleeding, Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly. The bottom of the foundation was actually made of countless skulls and bones. It was as if countless skeletons had been poured into cement. Just looking at it made his scalp tingle. Crawl down while keeping close to the mountain wall. Remember, don't ever leave the mountain wall or fly. You have to keep your feet on the ground. The Thirch's voice sounded, but it wasn't a real voice. Instead, it sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Don't tell me that the flower you mentioned is in that ancient building, Zhou Wen whispered as a probe. As expected, the Thirch heard what he said. That's right. After you reach the bottom of the mountain wall, you can swim into the river. Remember not to take the staircase right in front. Swim to the left. There's a hole there. You have to enter from there. There shouldn't be any strange creatures in the river, right? Zhou Wen looked at the blood-colored river beneath the ancient building, feeling a little uneasy. Of course there are. You haven't used that bone flute yet, am I right? When you enter the water, bite the bone flute with your teeth and swim forward. No matter what you see or feel, don't panic or speak. You just have to follow my instructions and swim forward. What else is there to take note of? Can you finish it in one go? Zhou Wen said gloomily. That's all. You can go now, the Thirch said straightforwardly. Zhou Wen took out the bone flute and bit it with his teeth before climbing down. Although the river was blood-colored outside, color was the only thing it had in common. There was no smell of blood. However, things were different inside. The more Zhou Wen crawled down, the stronger the smell of blood. It was almost intolerable. When he reached the bottom, the smell of blood almost made him want to vomit. After taking a look at the river that resembled blood and the skeleton foundation that was bleeding in the distance, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and jumped into the water. He had high poison resistance and had injected himself with Dr. Darkness's poison several times, so he wasn't afraid of being poisoned by the river. Even so, Zhou Wen felt his skin itch after entering the water. Although he had already put on the mutated stone Kai armor, the armor still had some gaps. It couldn't stop the blood like water from seeping in. Thankfully, other than the itch, there was no other reaction. Only then did Zhou Wen feel a lot more at ease. He sped up and swam to the left of the building. As he swam, Zhou Wen suddenly felt something float up from beneath the blood-colored river and approach him. That thing was a massive object. Its entire body seemed to be trembling with some kind of power. Truth Listener could hear its existence, but it was affected by the tremors. It couldn't hear its exact appearance, but it felt humongous. Don't stop, don't speak, continue swimming. Don't panic, unless you want to die. The Thirch's voice sounded in his mind again. At this point, Zhou Wen could only continue swimming forward, but he kept his ears pricked up. He felt that the thing underwater was just beneath him. The thing was unimaginably huge, spanning a probable 100 meters in length. He didn't know what it was. "DMN, you flower, don't you harm me," Zhou Wen thought to himself. He felt like the thing was about to touch his body. Furthermore, many things like seaweed or tentacles had already touched his body. "Don't stop, continue swimming." "Ignore it." The Thirch's voice rang again. Zhou Wen could only listen to her and continue swimming forward, but soon he realized that there were many red things tearing out of the water around him. The things were the thickness of a thumb. They resembled seaweed or tentacles that crawled out from the water, occupying the 100-meter-long river. When Zhou Wen's body touched the items, he found it soft and sticky. He had no idea what it was. "Continue swimming and don't worry about them. It doesn't matter even if you touch them." The Thirch's voice sounded in Zhou Wen's mind again. Zhou Wen felt his entire body itch. He knew that it definitely wasn't harmless, as the Thirch had said. At the very least, these things were definitely poisonous. It was only because his poison resistance was high enough. If it were someone else, they would have sunk to the bottom of the river long before now. He swam in the red objects with the bone flute in his mouth. This wasn't swimming anymore. He felt like he was crawling on the red objects. Thankfully, other than feeling itchy, the objects didn't attack him. Zhou Wen crawled all the way to the left of the ancient building and crawled a few 100 meters, but he didn't see the hole that the Thirch had mentioned. "You're there. About 3 meters down. Dive in from here," the Thirch suddenly said. "Holy SHT, I definitely won't come again even if I'll get all 5 limbs severed." Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and peeled away the red seaweed-like objects. He swam through the blood, which had a smell that made him feel like vomiting. The red objects kept trembling, severely affecting truth listeners' hearing. Zhou Wen dived through the red seaweed and searched for a while, before finally finding the hole that the Thirch had mentioned. The cave was about the same size as a dog hole. Zhou Wen's head was just able to enter, so he barely managed to squeeze in. There was a tunnel behind him that was flooded by the river. Thankfully, the red seaweed wasn't here. Truth listener could probably hear the situation inside. "Don't surface yet. Just swim underwater, according to my instructions. You have to be careful now. You have to stick to the stone slab right below. If those things outside discover you, you're dead." "DMN it." Zhou Wen had the urge to curse. But since things had come to this point, there was no other way. All he could do was carefully swim forward while keeping close to the stone slabs at the bottom. The tunnel below was connected in all directions. Zhou Wen swam forward according to the Thirch's instructions. At the same time, he remembered the path he had taken, making it easier for his next venture here. He definitely wouldn't come back in person. However, he still could continue exploring in-game. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had learned the 9 Dragons art. His ability to hold his breath underwater was far greater than the average epic expert. If it were an ordinary epic human, not only would the poison in the water prevent them from swimming underwater for so long, but they would probably have already surfaced to catch their breath. "All right, there's a stone staircase up ahead. Just go up with the stone staircase." After swimming for quite some time, he passed through many flooded tunnels. Just as he needed to take a breath, he finally heard the Thirch telling him to leave the water. Zhou Wen rushed out of the water along the stone stairs, gasping heavily for his breath. However, while panting, He couldn't help but hold his breath when he saw the scene in front of him. At the end of the stone steps was a stone platform. On it was a small mound of dimensional crystals that glittered like a mountain of treasure. Chapter 432, Deer Terrace Pavilion. He didn't use his phone to take a picture, but from the terrifying fluctuations emitted by the crystals, he knew that they were definitely not ordinary. Walk around the treasure platform and head behind it. The Theurch's voice rang out in his mind again. Can I take some of the crystals here? If I need to buy anything in the future, I don't have to ask you for money again, Zhou Wen asked as he swallowed. Even he couldn't help but feel his heart race as he faced the mountain of high-level crystals. If you don't want to live, go ahead and take them. If you want to stay alive, stay away from them and don't touch them, the Theurch said. Stingy, Zhou Wen muttered as he circled around the mountain of crystals. When he walked to the back of the crystal pile, he saw a strange creature sprawled on the crystal pile. Its body was curled up as though it was sleeping. The creature was golden in color and looked like a pangolin, but it seemed different. What dimensional creature is that? Zhou Wen asked as he looked at the pangolin sprawled on the crystal pile. Since the Theurch hadn't warned him to be careful, there shouldn't be any danger. In the words of you humans, it's a mythical creature. It's called a wealth conserver. It devours any greedy creature that tries to take its wealth, the Theurch said. Mythical creature. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly as his voice deepened. As long as you don't touch those crystals, it won't wake up. Why would I talk about it? The Theurch said matter-of-factly. Zhou Wen was secretly alarmed. If he hadn't listened to the Theurch and had greedily taken the crystals, he would have been in big trouble. Behind the treasure platform was a stone staircase. Zhou Wen walked down the stone steps and entered a hall. He saw many strange stone sculptures of various strange beasts in the hall. They were ancient and majestic, but there was nothing special about them. However, they all had different colored eggs in their mouths. Are those our companion eggs? Zhou Wen looked at the 2 rows of stone sculptures on both sides of the hall. Each stone statue contained a companion egg in their mouth. That's right. In your human words, those are mythical companion eggs, said the Theurch. Mythical companion eggs. What kind of place is this? Why are there so many treasures here? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. There were at least 10 stone statues, and all of them had mythical companion eggs in their mouths. This made it a little terrifying. Didn't you go to school and learn the history of the East District? The Theurch said in disdain. What does this have to do with me learning history? Zhou Wen asked. Since you've studied history, you should be able to recognize Deer Terrace Pavilion when you see it. This is a unique building in the world, the Theurch said. Deer Terrace Pavilion. The Deer Terrace Pavilion that a tyrant built after expending all his country's resources and oppressing the citizens. Zhou Wen was terrible at history. He only studied to deal with the examinations, but he had also heard of Deer Terrace Pavilion because it was just so famous. Back when the tyrant built Deer Terrace Pavilion, using the entire nation's strength, he had hidden countless rare treasures in it. He reveled in eating, drinking, and having fun in it. It was excessive extravagance and debauchery. It even left Zhou Wen somewhat envious. That's right. This is the legendary Deer Terrace Pavilion. However, the effect of the Deer Terrace Pavilion isn't as simple as storing treasures as you humans say. Then what's it for? Zhou Wen asked. The Theurch gave a strange laugh and said, You must have seen the movies and films regarding the Deer Terrace Pavilion, right? One of them talks about a fox demoness that invited immortals to descend to the mortal world to drink and eat at Deer Terrace Pavilion with the tyrant, right? I've seen that, but they weren't actually immortals. They were all manifestations of demons that the demoness invited, Zhou Wen said after some thought. Although the plot isn't very realistic, it's still slightly relevant. The Deer Terrace Pavilion's usage is related to dimensional creatures, so it can also be considered as inviting demons, the Thirch said indifferently. Can I take these companion eggs away? Zhou Wen asked as he stared at the companion eggs. They were all mythical companion eggs. Any one of them could be sold at an astronomical price. Even if he didn't sell them, he could use them himself. What do you think? The Thirch asked. Forget it, I can't take it, Zhou Wen said helplessly. Then, why aren't you speeding up? There's a flower pot on the right side of the hall. That's the thing you are here for, the Thirch urged. Zhou Wen followed the location that the Thirch had mentioned, and indeed saw a flower pot in the corner. It looked very inconspicuous, a shiny clay pot. There was a flower planted inside. It lazily grew 2 leaves and a flower. The flower looked like a morning glory flower. It drooped listlessly as though it was malnourished and was about to wither. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking it away? The Thirch urged again. Zhou Wen had no choice but to pick the flower pot up. He wasn't in a good mood as he could only bring out the flower pot, despite seeing so many high-level crystals and mythical companion beasts. The Thirch, it's not easy to make a trip here. Do you have anything else for me to bring out? I don't want to make another trip again, Zhou Wen asked, unwilling to give up. There are dimensional creatures guarding the Deer Terrace Pavilion. If you have the ability, go ahead and take whatever you want. I will not stop you, the Thirch said disdainfully. Upon hearing that, Zhou Wen dismissed the thoughts of taking anything else. As he walked back with the flower pot, he asked, "What's the use of this flower?" Don't underestimate it. This flower has the ability to teleport. In the future, when you buy something and put it in the flower, you can teleport it to me. It's only a fixed-point teleportation device. Zhou Wen was immediately disappointed. You don't have to be disappointed. In the future, if I have something to give you, I can also transfer it to you through it. It's much more convenient than your human phones. It's probably about the same as the quantum transportation device that you humans are researching without any results, the Thirch said after some thought. Zhou Wen forced a smile, but he could only hope that he could obtain benefits from the Thirch in the future. Otherwise, this would be a wasted trip. He didn't benefit other than the flower pot. Zhou Wen indignantly sized up his surroundings and saw that there was a strange 9-tailed fox's portrait engraved on the wall in front of the hall. He couldn't help but size up the portrait and said, "Is this the legendary true form of the fox demoness?" "That's right. If I were you, I wouldn't continue looking at her," the Thirch said coldly. "Why?" Just as Zhou Wen asked, he felt his lost immortal sutra react as its circulation began to slow down. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen saw the 9-tailed fox's eyes emit an evil light. Chapter 433, Demon God Bloodline Catalog. Aren't you going to close your eyes? Why are you, a human, staring at the Demon God catalog for so long? Do you plan on becoming a half-demon? The Thirch coldly shouted. However, Zhou Wen didn't retract his gaze because of the Thirch's admonition. He continued to stare at the 9-tailed fox symbol on the stone wall. The lost immortal sutra in him automatically circulated again. This feeling was too familiar to Zhou Wen. He had had the same feeling when learning the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra and the other primordial energy arts. Zhou Wen watched as the nine-tailed fox statue transformed into a strange black tiger. It didn't take long for it to transform into a winged cow. Then, Zhou Wen saw the stone statue on the stone wall constantly changing, producing many statues that Zhou Wen had never seen or heard before. Stop looking. It doesn't matter if you're tempting fate, but who will buy my things? The Theurge was very anxious. Although she could also talk to someone on the internet, it wasn't easy to trick others into coming to Chess Mountain. There was probably no one who dared to come. Even if someone dared to come, there would be troops stationed outside. Outsiders wouldn't be able to get close to Chess Mountain. Taking another step back, even if one could get close to Chess Mountain, it would probably not be easy to find someone who could enter Chess Mountain without dying. After the Theurge went online, she realized that humans were much weaker than she had imagined. Zhou Wen was already considered one of the strongest humans. Zhou Wen ignored the Theurge and kept staring at the stone wall. The transformation on the stone wall had run through thousands of demon beast symbols. Zhou Wen felt that the demon beasts had different charms and auras, but he didn't see anything special. However, the Lost Immortal Sutra kept circulating at an increasingly slower pace. When Zhou Wen couldn't remember how many demon beast stone statue symbols he had seen, the Lost Immortal Sutra finally stopped circulating. In the next second, Lost Immortal Sutra circulated crazily. However, the path and mode were completely different from before. It once again became a brand new primordial energy art. This primordial energy art was extremely bizarre, giving Zhou Wen a strange feeling. When he circulated the primordial energy art, his flesh trembled as though it was producing a dragon's roar. His tendons and bones roared collectively like wolves and tigers as his hair stood up like a hedgehog's spine. It ended up making him look like a dandelion. Impossible. How can a human gain basic mastery of the demon god catalog's legacy? This is impossible. In her cave, the Theurge's eyes widened in surprise as though she had seen something extremely unbelievable. As Zhou Wen circulated the new primordial energy art, he obtained the information that the primordial energy art was called the Demon God Bloodline Catalog. However, Zhou Wen had only gained basic mastery of the primordial energy art. He was still far from condensing a life providence. After Zhou Wen retracted his gaze and heard the Theurge's voice ringing in his mind. Strange. Why isn't there any demonization when you cultivated the demon god catalog? Are you not a human to begin with? It's just a casual look. How could I become a demon like that, right? Zhou Wen said indifferently. He hadn't really mastered the demon god bloodline catalog. It had just been simulated by the Lost Immortal Sutra. Therefore, he didn't suffer the harm that the Theurge mentioned. The Theurge didn't say anything else. All she did was urge Zhou Wen to leave Deer Terrace Pavilion quickly. Zhou Wen put the flower pot into the chaos bead before following the path back. He walked all the way out of Chess Mountain until he emerged from the crack, only to let out a long sigh of relief. Return, and buy everything I need as soon as possible. Then, send them to me through the void flower, the Theurge instructed. After Zhou Wen returned to his dorm in camp, he heaved a sigh of relief. He decided not to risk venturing to unknown dimensional zones again. Should I think of a way to deal with the Theurge's wishes? Otherwise, I'll always be asked to do this and that. It's really troublesome. Zhou Wen thought about it but failed to come up with a good solution. In the next few days, Zhou Wen went to a nearby city to buy some common chemicals and equipment. He then attempted to teleport the items to her with the void flower. The void flower was really useful. As long as he said open to the flower that resembled a morning glory, its flower would form a miniature spatial portal. All he needed to do was throw the items in. The Thirch was temporarily placated, but she urged Zhou Wen to hurry to a big city and buy everything she needed. Although Zhou Wen agreed, he wasn't in a rush to return to school. He spent a few more days in the military camp. He let the soldiers get infected with the rashes before injecting them with the poison to give them the antibodies. Without needing to fear the blood river, their combat strength also increased significantly. Now, the officers and soldiers were calling Zhou Wen Dr. Zhou the moment they saw him. They didn't even need to say little. Clearly, they showed him deep respect. However, Zhou Wen wasn't used to it. He clearly didn't know any medical skills, so every time he was addressed as Dr. Zhou by the soldiers, he found it odd. And Sheng's men finally came and brought with them information about the Special Inspector Bureau. Many of them were confidential documents, and Sheng repeatedly exhorted Zhou Wen to immediately destroy them after he had read them. He couldn't let anyone else see them. Zhou Wen carefully studied the thick stack of information, including the detailed explanations of the Bureau's various departments. It had fine details about every department and office. Only after reading it did Zhou Wen realize that the Special Inspector Bureau had a very large range of authority. It was almost the same as the embroidered uniform guard, a secret police that served the emperors in ancient China. However, the information also mentioned many of the Special Investigation Bureau's accolades. Many vile devils had been captured by the Special Investigation Bureau. They had lost many lives in the process. The initial establishment of the Bureau was to target those unscrupulous devils, as well as some Federation officials and local rich families, who secretly carried out a variety of nefarious deeds. However, as times changed, its power grew without any restrictions. The Bureau also gradually changed. There were a total of 15 branches in the Special Investigation Bureau. They were stationed in 15 important cities in the Federation and were responsible for the intelligence and supervision of the nearby areas. There were a total of 15 ministers that handled a branch, like Xianxia, and all of them were experts at the epic stage. Furthermore, they had their own strengths, making them incomparable to ordinary epic experts. That was not all. There were even more experts in the headquarters of the Bureau. There was no need to mention Xianxia. Although no one had ever seen him attack, everyone who wanted to harm him had disappeared from this world. To date, there had been no known instances of anyone successfully dealing him harm. Back when Jacques killed the son of the former Director General of the Special Inspector Bureau, the former Director General nearly went mad and used excessive means to capture Jacques. However, due to his anger, he made a few irrational decisions and almost caused the Bureau to be destroyed by Jacques. Under orders, Xianxia designed a plan to capture Jacques and re-establish the authority of the Bureau. At the same time, he also recruited many talents, such as Xianxia. Apart from Xianxia, there were also the 4 censors from the Bureau. Every one of them was extremely terrifying, as there were also some epic experts. After carefully studying the information, Zhou Wen realized that it wasn't an easy task for him to touch the bureau. Small-scale skirmishes didn't affect the bureau at all, nor would he make them feel pain. Chapter 434, Primordial Crystal Mine. Zhou Wen felt that there was no need for a man to waste time on trivial matters, but once he decided on what he wanted to do, he had to be ruthless. He had to strike to kill. If death wasn't possible, he had to drill the pain into their bones and figuratively strike fear into their bones. Zhou Wen found cursing, making harsh threats, smashing things, and face-slapping meaningless. Even if he were to kill 2 of the Special Inspector Bureau's men, even if one was a minister, it would be considered a trivial matter for the Bureau. They could just hire someone else to be the branch minister. Zhou Wen didn't have the strength to storm the headquarters of the Bureau and destroy it yet. Even an arrogant person like Jacques had been locked up by the Bureau for 28 years. After he came out, he didn't immediately seek revenge on the Bureau, but followed orders to capture Zhou Wen. This proved how terrifying the Bureau was. Zhou Wen studied it for a long time before a piece of news caught his attention. The Special Inspection Bureau was very powerful, but it was different from typical rich families. They were only a department in the Federation, and were given a salary by the Federation. Although it was very easy for a department like the Bureau to earn money, Xianxia had strictly forbidden corruption. At the moment, there were no cases of any such misdeeds. Zhou Wen really admired Xianxia in this aspect. To be able to control such a department to this level was not something anyone could do. However, relying on the Federation's funds alone was clearly insufficient for the Bureau to operate. The Bureau's main income came from 2 sources. One was the sponsorship from various major corporations, and another was a primordial crystal mine. According to the information Sheng had given him, 60% of the Special Inspector Bureau's income came from this single primordial crystal mine. Zhou Wen was no stranger to the primordial crystal mines. In the Bat Cave, there was quite a lot of primordial crystal ore. As he couldn't take it out, he didn't pay much attention to it. He went to the Bat Cave mainly to hunt poison bats. He hadn't respawned the Instance dungeon recently, so all the poison bats inside had long been wiped out by him. He hadn't visited the Bat Cave ever since. However, after reading the information on the primordial crystal mine, Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. The effects of primordial crystals were similar to primordial gold. They could be used to make primordial crystal weapons, and they could even create laser weapons. That type of lasers had a certain level of lethality to dimensional creatures. The value of the primordial crystal was even higher than that of the primordial gold. However, the primordial crystal deposits were usually not as high as the primordial gold deposits. The few discovered primordial crystal mines only produced a few tons every year. Zhou Wen estimated that the production of a primordial crystal mine for a year was about the same as the primordial crystals in the Bat Cave. The Special Inspector Bureau's primordial crystal mine had rich deposits. After digging for several years, the number of primordial crystals produced was still very stable. It would probably not be a problem to mine for another 10 to 20 years. Due to the tight protection of the primordial crystal mine, there was only this little bit of information. There wasn't any specific production or storage information, but it was estimated to be quite substantial. Every time the Bureau needed money, a large number of primordial crystals would be sold. What really piqued Zhou Wen's interest was a footnote. Some earth or stone-type dimensional creatures treated primordial crystal ores as food that could catalyze their evolution. When Zhou Wen saw the footnote, his eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he took out his phone and switched to the Zhualu Instance Dungeon. He quickly arrived at the Poison Bat Cave and looked at the primordial crystal ores that resembled stars. Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth. Standing at 3 to 4 meters tall, Tyrant Behemoth was already like a monster. When it saw the primordial crystal ores, its eyes lit up. It let out a roar and charged forward, clawed the stone wall and bit down. Zhou Wen was stunned when he saw Tyrant Behemoth swallowing the rocks mixed with primordial crystals into his stomach like candy. Tyrant Behemoth had no intention of stopping at all. It bit down on the nearby primordial crystal ores without end. It even chewed and swallowed many rocks. It wasn't picky at all. This fellow is indeed a monster that can eat 1,000 mountains daily. Zhou Wen couldn't help but marvel. Although they were also mythical creatures, banana fairies and truth listeners' appetite was much smaller than it. As for demonic neonate, she had never eaten anything since she was born. Tyrant Behemoth was like a drilling machine. Wherever it went, it bit off a wall. He had indeed been starving Tyrant Behemoth recently because he didn't have any dungeons to grind. In order to save food, Zhou Wen waited until it was extremely hungry before giving it some food. During this period, Tyrant Behemoth hadn't even eaten half its fill. Needless to say, it had never been satiated. Now that there was food, it wasn't willing to give up. It ate crazily across the bat cave. After half a day, it had devoured all the primordial crystal ores inside. Its stomach ballooned. This fellow, I really can't afford to raise him in the future. If it wasn't for the game dungeon and the primordial crystals in the bat cave, Zhou Wen would have the urge to strangle Tyrant Behemoth to death. He had to kill it before it became a glutton prodigal, lest it brought disaster to the world. Suddenly, Zhou Wen saw Tyrant Behemoth burping from its satiation. Then, a black glow emitted from its body before it completely enveloped its body. Is it about to evolve into the epic stage? Zhou Wen was immediately overjoyed. If he had known that the primordial crystal ores would have such a great effect on Tyrant Behemoth, Zhou Wen would have brought it here a long time ago. What a waste of all those bat caves he grinded in the past. After advancing to the epic stage, should Tyrant Behemoth be able to eat even more? Zhou Wen's eyes flashed with excitement when he thought of the primordial crystal mine that the Bureau owned. Tyrant Behemoth kept evolving. Zhou Wen didn't know when it would finish evolving. However, the bat cave in-game was relatively safe, so he left it there. Zhou Wen continued studying the information regarding the Bureau, especially the parts regarding the primordial crystal mine. The primordial crystal mine wasn't in Holy City or the capital. Instead, it was in a dimensional zone in the wilderness. However, the Bureau had already sealed off the dimensional zone, and one of the 4 major Bureau inspectors, Kai Jin, watched over it with other men. It wouldn't be easy for him to enter the dimensional zone to find the primordial crystal mine. After Zhou Wen did some studying, he realized that there were many people who had their sights on the primordial crystal mine, but none of them succeeded. The main reason was that the dimensional zone itself was very odd. The Bureau greatly relied on this oddity. The average person would die without knowing why as soon as they entered. According to the information, and Shang and company had definitely sent people there. However, the results weren't good. There were many people sent in, but only 2 made it out alive. Not long after the 2 of them came out, they also encountered problems. One of them went mad, and the other committed suicide. The only information that the Yen family had on hand was provided by these two people. After Zhou Wen read the information, he revealed a look of delight. The place was indeed odd, but he could give it a try. Chapter 435, Stone Saber. Zhou Wen carefully studied the information and Sheng had brought over, believing that the power there was likely a curse. As for Truth Listener, it had very strong restraints against curses. However, I still have to verify the actual situation before I can be certain. It's best if I can find a tiny palm symbol and download the dimensional zone into my phone. Zhou Wen didn't plan on immediately heading to the primordial crystal mine. Tyrant Behemoth was still evolving, so it was useless even if he went there. There was no way he could dig the mine himself. Even if he were to enter now, it wouldn't be of much use, and he couldn't take too many of the primordial crystals. According to usual practice, Zhou Wen first went to the underground sea. The black dragon now had more than 10 palm imprints. Apart from the palm imprints, other parts of its body also began to produce poison boils that showed some festering. After Zhou Wen descended into the sea, the other 8 black dragons attacked him, but the black dragon was in a stupor. It was as though it had almost lost consciousness from its groggy state. From the looks of it, it should be soon. Zhou Wen was delighted, hoping that something would drop after the black dragon died. After escaping the underground sea, Zhou Wen didn't immediately leave the game. Instead, he observed the sapphire-like sky, but he didn't discover anything. Previously, he had approached it only to suddenly die. There was probably a terrifying creature in the sapphire-like sky, but to date, he had failed to discover its existence. Just as Zhou Wen was about to exit the game, he suddenly saw a blue light flash across the distant sapphire sky. It was like a signal from an electrocardiogram, as it flashed across the sapphire sky. The blue light came and disappeared quickly. He waited for a while, but he didn't see the blue light appear again. I wonder what it is. It should also be a mythical creature, right? Zhou Wen knew that it was useless even if he knew what it was. With his present strength, killing a chained black dragon was already so difficult. He had no chance of killing an unrestrained mythical creature. It was unknown when Tyrant Behemoth, who was in the midst of evolving in the Bat Cave, would complete its evolution. After quitting the game, Zhou Wen received a call from Sheng. "Young Master Wen, there's a piece of good news for you. Our plan against the Bureau is about to come to fruition," Sheng said. Zhou Wen was naturally delighted to hear that the Bureau was about to be in trouble, but he wanted to personally send them to hell. "Ah, Sheng, Jock is dead. I wish to leave Chess Mountain," Zhou Wen said. "Of course you can. The Bureau likely doesn't have time to deal with you for now. I'll get someone to take you back to school tomorrow," Sheng said. "There's no need. I'll head back myself. Before that, I wish to return to my hometown," Zhou Wen said. "That's fine. Even Jock isn't your match, so it's not going to be easy to find someone to protect you now. You can decide on your own." Sheng paused before asking, "What are you going back to Guide City for? You don't have any relatives there, right?" "There are some things at home that I want to bring back. By the way, can you obtain an entry pass to Guide Ancient City?" "I want to take a look when I'm back," Zhou Wen said. "That's easy. Just head there straight away. I'll make a call to arrange it," Sheng said straightforwardly. After hanging up, Zhou Wen packed up his things and went to tell Qin Wufu about his departure. Not only did he want to return to Guide City, but he also had to head to the Special Inspector Bureau's primordial crystal mine. The reason he wanted to head to Guide City first was that he wanted to see if there was a stone saber in the furnace on Fire God platform in reality. In-game, the stone saber was just an illusion. He couldn't touch it no matter what, so he wanted to take a look while on the way. "Are you really leaving? If you are willing, you can stay here. I'll let you be the captain of the Special Operations Unit and be in charge of those people. I'll be in charge of explaining to the overseer." Qin Wufu wanted Zhou Wen to stay behind. He felt that it was a waste for Zhou Wen to return to school. "Overseer, I'm still a student after all. I should still focus on my studies," Zhou Wen said. "Fine then. There are indeed some impressive figures in Sunset College, especially Chancellor Leng. Calling him the strongest person beneath the mythical stage isn't an exaggeration. It'll be beneficial for you to learn more from him," Qin Wufu said. Zhou Wen nodded slightly. "Then I'll be leaving now." "That fast?" Qin Wufu was a little surprised. "There's no point in staying another night." "I still have some matters to do," Zhou Wen said. "All right then. However, you have to say farewell to those guys. Otherwise, they will definitely eat me up," Qin Wufu said with a smile. After leaving Chess Mountain, Zhou Wen headed straight for Guide City on the mutated Stone Kai. Back when he left Guide City, he was only a mortal stage youth. Now, in less than a year, he had advanced to the epic stage. He was very different from before. When he arrived at Guide Ancient City again, Zhou Wen recalled the matter of him participating in the combat test with Lai Xuan. It felt like something that had happened a long time ago. After entering the ancient city, he saw scattered instances of people fighting the skeleton soldiers. Zhou Wen circled around them and headed deeper into the ancient city. Although he had only visited in real life once, he had grinded the game countless times. He was very familiar with Guide Ancient City, so he arrived at Fire God platform quickly. The firebirds on the Fire God platform naturally couldn't hurt Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen walked up the stairs and they flocked towards him. As Zhou Wen circulated the ancient Sovereign Sutra, the firebirds automatically flew back. When he arrived at the top of Fire God platform, it wasn't much different from the game. The layout was identical, except that it was cartoonish in game. It looked cuter and more ancient in real life. There were flames burning in the modeled stone furnace, as well as a stone saber. It looked a little cruder than the one in game. It was probably handmade. There were pits and natural stone patterns on the blade. Only the edge of the blade looked fine and sharp. This could be considered a partially man-made stone saber. Zhou Wen circulated the ancient Sovereign Sutra and summoned the ancient Sovereign Life Soul to attach it to him before reaching his hand into the stone furnace. The flames in the furnace seemed to sense something as they automatically separated. Without burning Zhou Wen's palm, they revealed the stone saber in the furnace. Zhou Wen held the stone saber with his palm and immediately felt the roughness unique to stone. It was a little cold to the touch. He had clenched it firmly. "I gripped it." The stone saber really exists in real life. Zhou Wen was alarmed. Chapter 436, Don T. Cry Valley. The moment he gripped the stone saber, Zhou Wen immediately felt an ancient aura emitting from it. It left his mind reeling as he involuntarily clenched the hilt. With a gentle tug, He began to pull out the stone saber. Zhou Wen immediately felt the whole of Guide ancient city quake. Flames spewed out from the furnace, as though countless lives were roaring inside. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly as he immediately pressed the stone saber back. Only then did the terrifying feeling vanish. This stone saber, don't tell me it's like the jade box on Chess Mountain. It's an item that seals the dimensional zone. Zhou Wen released the stone saber, afraid to touch it. Although he didn't know the consequences of pulling out the stone saber, Zhou Wen chose not to touch it. Only when he got off the fire god platform did Zhou Wen realize that something was amiss. The skeleton soldiers had been most common in Guide ancient city, with skeleton generals being in the minority. Now, Zhou Wen saw more than 10 skeleton generals nearby. He hadn't seen them when he came in. Clearly, they had just appeared. Indeed, there are effects from my pulling the stone saber. Zhou Wen continued walking out and discovered that there were indeed many skeleton generals. It was already impressive enough to encounter 1 or 2 skeleton generals in ancient city, but Zhou Wen ended up seeing more than 50 along the way. He had no idea how many he had missed. The appearance of so many skeleton generals delighted the garrison. They were only able to kill skeleton soldiers most of the time, but now there were so many skeleton generals. The increased drop rates naturally excited them. Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. Based on the present situation, if the dimensional zone's seal was removed, the situation would be worse than he imagined. After returning to his old residence and staying the entire night, Zhou Wen set off for the Special Inspector Bureau's primordial crystal mine the next day. The dimensional zone where the mine was located was named Don't Cry Valley. Legend had it that it was a very beautiful valley with a young couple living in it. The woman planted flowers in the valley, while the man went up the mountain to hunt. They led lives like an immortal couple. Once, the man didn't return after heading up the mountain to hunt. The woman waited bitterly for his return, but he did not come back. After that, the nearby villagers continued to hear the sobbing noises coming from the mountain valley. It almost never stopped. Some of the villagers were bold and entered the valley in the day. Then, they realized that the woman had been dead for a long time. Her body had dried up, and there was a knife in her abdomen. It looked like she had committed suicide. The villagers buried the woman's body and changed the name of the valley to Don't Cry. They hoped that the woman could rest in peace and stop crying. However, they could still hear the female crying coming from the valley at night. Of course, these were just legends. There was no crying inside Don't Cry Valley, but ever since the dimensional storms, cries sounded from the valley, but it wasn't from that woman. Anyone who entered the valley would involuntarily cry. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't control themselves. If they went too deep, they would die for no reason amidst their crying. The Bureau had clearly grasped the secret of Don't Cry Valley, so they could move about freely without being affected by the mysterious force. However, the other factions had sent quite a number of people to find out the secret of Don't Cry Valley and snatch the primordial crystal mine inside. They returned without any success, and many people died. This included the people from the An family. Only 2 survived Don't Cry Valley, and it was thanks to them that the An family obtained the information. Zhou Wen suspected that the sobbing power was similar to the power of a curse. Truth Listener was effective against curses. Therefore, Zhou Wen decided to try entering Don't Cry Valley. If he could really restrain Don't Cry Valley's powers, he would have a chance of entering the primordial crystal mine. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't take the risk to enter. Firstly, Tyrant Behemoth hadn't finished evolving. Secondly, he wanted to find the tiny palm symbol outside. If he could find it, he could give it a try in-game. That would bolster his confidence. In the N family of Luoyang, and Tianzuo frowned at En Sheng and said, "What do you mean that you lost contact with the brat?" When he went to guide Ancient City, he still remained in contact with me. However, after that, there was zero news. It's been 4 days, and there hasn't been any news of him. He hasn't returned to Luoyang or Guide City. There's no news of him at Chess Mountain either, and Sheng said. Then where is he? And Tianzuo asked. And Sheng pondered for a moment before saying, Overseer, I think he might have gone to the bureau. Nonsense. What can he do in the bureau? Does he really think that he can become an enemy of the bureau just because he killed Jock? And Tianzuo placed the teacup on the table heavily. And Sheng said with a bitter smile, Young Master Wen might look gentle and mild-tempered as if he doesn't care about anything. However, he's extremely obstinate and unyielding like you. The bureau keeps bullying him, so young Master Wen definitely won't let them off. He asked me for information regarding the bureau before. He must have gone to find trouble with them. What nonsense! Becoming arrogant and conceited just because of a little achievement. He really has an exaggerated opinion of his abilities. Does he think he's invincible just by killing a jock? And Tianzuo said angrily, Overseer, I don't think young Master Wen is a rash person. I think he has his own ideas and he might really do something. And Sheng said, What can he do? Let's not talk about Shen Yuchai, whom I have to be wary of. However, none of his 4 sensors are weaker than Jock. They are extremely difficult characters. It would be fine if he just wanted to vent his anger and kill a few of the lackeys. But if he really dares to head to the Special Inspector Bureau's headquarters, he will definitely die. And Tianzuo paused before saying, If he only kills a few lackeys to vent his anger, he would be a stupid peg. Doing something like that won't help him at all. It will only make the bureau target him even more. Young Master Wen isn't a bloodthirsty person. He naturally wouldn't kill someone to vent his anger. And Sheng thought to himself, It's probably you who likes to kill people, right? Humph, who knows what nonsense he will do. Bring him back, said Tianzuo. Overseer, didn't you say that you don't care about him? And Sheng asked. Of course, I don't care about him. It's best if he's dead. I'm just afraid that he will be arrested alive by the bureau. Wouldn't that cause the one at home to flip? And Tianzuo glared at En Sheng and said, Go immediately. No matter what you do, you have to bring him back. Yes, I'll head to the capital immediately, En Sheng replied. Chapter 437, True Blood Demon Dragon. Shen Yuchai had been in a bad mood recently. One of the officers in the bureau had betrayed the bureau and stolen many secret files. The secret files contained some of the Special Inspector Bureau's operations, but these operations were held to target certain members of the 6 families. The exposure of these secret files immediately made the bureau become a public target. The bureau was originally the watchdog for the 6 families. For it to attempt to bite its master, the outcome was palpable. Shen Yuchai was already in a terrible fix. The only thing he could rejoice about was that the inspector's rank wasn't high enough. The files he had stolen were only a very small part of the collective, and it did not involve any core secrets. Although the file only contained some of the less important members of the 6 families, Xianxia was still being questioned and forced to explain to the 6 families. For this, the Bureau had also paid a huge price. The Cape family, who Liz was part of, provided huge amounts of financial aid to the Bureau every year. In fact, the 6 families gave the Special Inspector Bureau the same amount of funding, but this funding was cut by all 6 families just before the transfer was supposed to be made. Although the excuses used were different, Xianxia knew very well that this was just a small warning from them. It wasn't just that. Some of the inspectors who investigated the 6 families had also encountered some problems. Although no one had died, Xianxia knew that it wouldn't be so simple if something like this happened again. And Tianzuo, your revenge came really quickly. Xianxia had already guessed who had done all this. Apart from Tianzuo, there was no one else. Even Jock had failed. This and family is getting more and more thorny. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought about what to do next, he heard a knock on the door. Director General, Northern Ice City has already agreed to our deal. This is the schedule of prices they offered. The secretary handed a document to Xianxia. Xianxia carefully looked at the schedule of prices and frowned. Why is it 30% more expensive than what we discussed previously? Northern Ice City said that the Aurora pith produced on their side has been decreasing, so they want to increase the prices. This is the lowest price they can accept, the secretary said helplessly. What do they mean by decreasing? It's clear they know that we are urgently in need of Aurora pith. It's just an exorbitant demand. Xianxia snorted coldly, but he felt somewhat helpless. He had to obtain the Aurora pith. It was needed for the advancement of mythical companion beasts, so he had to obtain it no matter how expensive it was. After the companion beast advanced, it would be the most powerful trump card in the Bureau's hands. This was a huge matter that couldn't be delayed. However, the Bureau's current financial situation was terrible. They had originally been hoping for the funding from the 6 families, but now that the funding had been cut, it would be difficult for the Bureau to operate normally, much less buy the expensive Aurora pith. It looks like we can only use the primordial crystals in the reserves. After much thought, Xianxia could only come up with this solution. The quantity of the primordial crystal mine in the Special Investigation Bureau exceeded everyone's imagination. Even Xianxia didn't expect such a massive amount of reserves when he first started mining. However, Xianxia was not in a hurry to cash out the primordial crystal mine. Every year, he only sold a few tons. As for the large number of primordial crystal ores, they were stored in the warehouse under the mine. If he were to take out all the primordial crystal ores, the future Bureau wouldn't have to worry about funding for decades. Of course, Xianxia would definitely not let anyone know that the Special Inspector Bureau had such a large sum of wealth. Even the 6 families thought that the primordial crystal mine was only an ordinary mine. Continue discussing with Northern Ice City. Try to lower the price as much as possible, Xianxia said to his secretary. Even though he had money, he definitely couldn't waste it. Those primordial crystals would be of great use in the future. Unless it was a last resort, Xianxia didn't want to use a single ounce. Yes, Director General, the secretary replied. Xianxia picked up the investigation report from Luoyang and read it for a while. He couldn't help but frown and say, even Jock couldn't bring Zhou Wen back from the N family, so who should I send? For a moment, Xianxia was unable to think of a good candidate. It was even more difficult to get someone from the uncrowned king of Luoyang, the An family. He had imagined that Jacques would be able to resolve this matter, but Jacques had failed. Let's think about it carefully again. Xianxia had no intention of giving up. Although Jacques had failed, Wang Mingyuan's matter was very important. The 6 families had given him an order that had to be obeyed, so he had to investigate it thoroughly no matter what. Even if he was willing to give up, the 6 families wouldn't. Zhou Wen slumped over a hill's peak as he observed the valley not far away with his binoculars. The valley was the legendary valley, Don't Cry Valley. From the outside, the entrance wasn't very big. It was probably enough for 3 to 4 trucks to pass. There were checkpoints built and patrolling details. However, these weren't key. The patrols were carried out by ordinary inspectors who were only at the legendary stage. It wouldn't be difficult for him to charge into Don't Cry Valley. In fact, many people had rushed in before, but there weren't many who left alive. The Bureau clearly didn't focus the defense on the outside. The primordial crystal mine was likely their core defense. One of the 4 censors, Kai Jin, was likely stationed there. Zhou Wen wasn't too familiar with Kai Jin, but the information Shang had given him had mentioned this person in detail. He kept a very low profile, the lowest amongst the 4 censors. There wasn't much information on him other than that he was good with the saber. However, since Xianxia was willing to hand over such an important primordial crystal mine to him, he could tell that this person was not simple. Drones flew past from time to time, so Zhou Wen had to hide in the shadows as he continued observing the situation in Don't Cry Valley. The distance is still too far. I can't see if there's a tiny palm symbol there. I have to get closer. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and summoned Truth Listener. He hid in the grass of the peak and let it take a look. Truth Listener was only the size of a finger, a relatively small target that the average person couldn't see. Ordinary radar wouldn't discover its existence. Truth Listener quickly ran through the grass and forests, and soon it approached the valley's entrance. Zhou Wen's order was to let it search for the tiny palm symbol. Truth Listener didn't go anywhere near the checkpoint. Under the cover of the grass, it circled around the valley's entrance but failed to discover anything. Since I can't find the tiny palm symbol, I have to go in myself to give it a try. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering how he should enter, his phone vibrated. Taking it out to take a look, he discovered a notification popped up in-game. Killed a mythical creature, True Blood Dragon. Discovered Dimensional Crystal. Chapter 438, Demon Dragon True Body. True Blood Demon Dragon. What's that? Zhou Wen was first stunned for a second. When he realized what was happening, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly took out his phone and entered the Zhuolu battlefield dungeon, controlling the blood-colored avatar to run towards the underground sea. The crystal that the black dragon dropped won't be swallowed by the other black dragons, right? Zhou Wen was slightly worried, but he realized that it was a game, not reality. It was unlikely that the black dragons were that intelligent. He ran to the underground sea and plunged in. Soon, he saw 8 black dragons pulling the war wagon over. One of them was gone. I wonder where the black dragon died. Zhou Wen felt a slight headache, but it was likely nearby. Zhou Wen didn't dare let the blood-colored avatar die. If it died, whatever had dropped would be gone. He controlled the blood-colored avatar to turn around and draw the 8 black dragons out of the water surface. Then, he took them on a merry chase and led them to a spot close to the coast. Only then did he use teleportation to shake them off and circle back from another direction. When Zhou Wen returned to the spot where he had encountered the 8 dragons, he didn't spend much time searching. He saw a treasure glow at the bottom of the sea. He dived over and saw a pearl that looked like a dragon pearl at the bottom of the sea. Inside the pearl was a black dragon's shadow. It was a primordial energy skill crystal. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to look carefully when he obtained the primordial energy skill crystal. He first controlled the blood-colored avatar to leave the underground sea, in case he ended being chased by the 8 dragons. Now that he didn't have the ability to teleport, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape the 8 dragons if he were to be entangled by them. After returning to the Bat Cave, Zhou Wen carefully sized up the True Blood Demon Dragon's primordial energy skill crystal. True Blood Demon Dragon Crystal, Mythical. Requirement: Strength 40, Poison 21, Constitution Raising Life Providence, Constitution Raising Life Soul. I've already obtained 40 points of strength. Although I don't know why there's a poison stat requirement, it has also reached the requirement. I wonder if the Ancient Sovereign Sutra can be considered as a constitution, raising life providence and life soul. Zhou Wen found a secluded cave and prepared to attempt it. He switched his primordial energy art to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra before letting the Ancient Sovereign Life Soul fuse with him. When Zhou Wen attempted to absorb the True Blood Demon Dragon Crystal again, the dragon pearl-like crystal immediately emitted a blinding light. Wisps of black gas seeped out from the crystal and into the blood-colored avatar's body. Zhou Wen immediately felt a terrifying force roaring in his body, as though it was about to rupture. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that something was amiss. His muscles were expanding, and his bones were growing as he grew taller in a short period of time. He was about 2 meters tall. Furthermore, there were scales growing on his body. However, the scales weren't black. Under the reflection of the ancient sovereign body, the scales looked like blood crystals. Zhou Wen felt his entire body ache, and the top of his head felt as though it was about to be pierced through. His spine hurt terribly, as though a blade was slicing at his flesh. Zhou Wen endured the pain until the crystal's energy completely melted into his body. Only then did he feel a lot better. However, using the phone's selfie camera function to take a look at himself, he realized that he was like a humanoid dragon. Apart from the lack of a dragon's tail, he had grown horns on his head. Dragon fins had also grown on his back. His body was covered in scales too. He didn't look like a person at all. He hurriedly stopped the primordial energy skill he had just acquired. Then, Zhou Wen felt his body deflate like a balloon. He immediately shrank to his original size as the dragon scales and dragon horns vanished from his body. Only then did Zhou Wen heave a sigh of relief. He hurriedly looked at the stats in-game and saw that the game had already popped up a notification. Absorbed True Blood Demon Dragon Crystal. Attained Mythical Primordial Energy Skill, Demon Dragon True Body. Although it's a mythical primordial energy skill, this image is a little too odd. Zhou Wen attempted to use the Demon Dragon True Body again, and discovered that this mythical primordial energy skill could only be used when he used the inverse Ancient Sovereign Life Soul. He couldn't transform when using other primordial energy arts. After activating the Demon Dragon True Body, Zhou Wen looked at himself through the camera and couldn't recognize that it was him. In the sun-like glow stood a blood-red humanoid dragon. As the light was too strong, he could only see a blood-colored human dragon silhouette. It looked odd no matter how he looked at it. The demon dragon true body lasted for about 10 seconds before Zhou Wen found his primordial energy depleted, as he automatically returned to human form. The ancient Sovereign Sutra doesn't provide unlimited primordial energy. This demon dragon true body can only last for about 10 seconds. I wonder how powerful it is. Zhou Wen didn't dare try it out in reality, so he returned to the game and first grinded some primordial energy crystals to replenish his primordial energy before heading to the underground sea. As he had restarted the game dungeon while grinding primordial energy crystals, he once again encountered 9 black dragons when he arrived at the underground sea. Seeing the 9 black dragons charge at him, Zhou Wen activated his demon dragon true body before charging at the 9 black dragons in the form of a humanoid dragon that emitted terrifying light. About 10 seconds later, Zhou Wen felt as though he had become Superman. His body's strength and speed could actually clash head-on with the black dragon. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He was like a humanoid dragon. 10 seconds later, Zhou Wen returned to his original form. It didn't take long before he was killed by the 9 black dragons. What a pity! If I could use Demon Dragon true body while in slaughterer state, I could storm into the Bureau and destroy the Bureau's headquarters, wiping out its existence. Zhou Wen felt full of regret. However, 10 seconds was enough for Zhou Wen to do a lot of things. He just couldn't use any other primordial energy skills in that 10 seconds. If his primordial energy was expended, the demon dragon true body would automatically stop, preventing him from lasting even 10 seconds. It's not that I can't use the demon dragon true body for long. I can just grind some primordial energy crystals in-game. After the demon dragon true body ends, I'll find a place to absorb primordial energy crystals. However, in that case, I'll still need some buffer time. Zhou Wen was quite satisfied with the demon dragon true body. Mythical strength and speed were as true as it got. Even if he didn't use any primordial energy skills, he could easily kill an epic creature with his strength and speed. It's time to make that arrogant flower pay the price. Zhou Wen excitedly opened Chess Mountain's instance dungeon and prepared to teach the flower a lesson. He wanted to find her weakness and never be bullied by her again. As Tyrant Behemoth hadn't successfully evolved, Zhou Wen could only hide in a cave and wait for it to complete its evolution before heading to the Don't Cry Valley. He had nothing else to do other than gaming. Chapter 439, Returning to the Deer Terrace Pavilion. The blood-colored avatar came in front of Chess Mountain's mountain cliff. Zhou Wen had nothing to be afraid of in-game. He straightened his back and summoned Overlord Sword. With one move, he slashed out with the demonic astral wheel that went against the heavens. The blood-red light wheel of light immediately tore out and slashed at the flower on the mountain wall. The flower petal silently fell. The demonic astral wheel immediately shattered the petal upon impact. Zhou Wen wanted to know what tricks the flower had up its sleeve when he suddenly saw the blood-colored avatar collapse to the ground. The game screen also went black. Zhou Wen felt his body turn cold. Thankfully, he hadn't had too much conflict with the Theurge. Otherwise, he would already be a rotten corpse. How did I die? I only saw a petal drop before dying, Zhou Wen thought to himself. It was obvious that the flower's power of wishes didn't share the same system as curse-related powers. but it could also kill. They clearly kill people the same way. So why wouldn't the power of the wishes be restrained by the evil nullification life soul? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. Dripping a drop of blood to revive, he came in front of Chess Mountain Cliff. Zhou Wen used every attack technique he knew, as well as all sorts of companion beasts, but the outcome was the same. As long as the flower dropped a petal, the blood-colored avatar would immediately die. There was no chance of survival. Zhou Wen had also tried letting the demonic neonate attack with her ancient sword from a distance away, but before the ancient sword arrived, the petals fell, and the blood-colored avatar collapsed to the ground once again. The game was over. What kind of crappy flower is this? Does it give 5 others a chance? After Zhou Wen's repeated deaths, he had the urge to smash his phone. No matter how strong the other dimensional creatures were, he could at least see some possibilities. He couldn't kill them now only because he lacked strength. When he had enough strength in the future, he naturally would have the chance to kill them. However, this flower didn't provide him any hope at all. If a petal fell, he would die no matter what. Zhou Wen calmed down and began considering the problem regarding the flower. It's obvious that the flower in the game isn't intelligent, much less capable of interacting with others. It's just a flower without any level of sentience. It will only react automatically when I attack it by dropping a petal. This is completely different from the Thirch I met in real life. Is it the difference between the game and reality? Or is there another reason? Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that the Thirch wasn't as simple as a flower. Perhaps this flower was only a tool the Thirch used to transmit her voice. The Thirch was actually someone else, but Zhou Wen didn't know who or what she was. He entered the game again, and this time, Zhou Wen didn't attack the flower. He attempted to ignore it before climbing up the mountain wall. However, to his surprise, when Zhou Wen didn't attack the flower wouldn't attack him either. It continued growing silently on the mountain wall like an ordinary wildflower. Zhou Wen already had experience climbing Chess Mountain, so he did the same in game. It had an extremely powerful force that pulled at his body, making it extremely difficult to climb higher. After struggling to reach the peak, he found a stone staircase that led to the top of the mountain just like in reality. There was a huge boulder that looked like a steam bun. There was a snow-white jade box embedded in the center of the boulder. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to touch the jade box, but he failed. His palm passed through the jade box as though it was a phantom, not something real. As expected, this jade box is similar to that stone saber. It suppresses dimensional zones, so it's impossible to touch in game. It can only be obtained in real life. Although Zhou Wen was greedy, he knew that many people would be killed if a dimensional zone's restrictions were removed. He couldn't take it no matter what. When he descended the mountain, Zhou Wen saw the flower on the mountain wall. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Previously, when the Thirch got me to enter Chess Mountain, I didn't go by the mountain pass, but a crack near the flower's roots. Could it be that this flower is the key to entering Chess Mountain? Is this a secret tunnel? But how can I get the flower to open the passage to Chess Mountain for me? I wonder if begging it is useful. Zhou Wen thought to himself as he tried. After all, it didn't take much effort. Little flower, the flower, can you help me open the path to Chess Mountain? Zhou Wen asked the flower. However, the flower didn't react at all. It didn't seem to have any intention of bothering with him. It doesn't work. Zhou Wen thought of using the void flower. Since the two of them were flowers and might even be connected to each other, he decided to shout at the flower in the language that the Thirch had taught him. It meant, "Open." Rumble. As a flower petal fell, the entire chess mountain shook. A mountain rift opened up near the flower's roots. It really works. Then all those earlier deaths were for nothing. Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. However, when he thought of the mountain of high-valued crystals and the dozen or so mythical companion eggs in Chess Mountain, Zhou Wen stopped worrying about it. He controlled the blood-colored avatar to rush in. Everything was the same as when the Thirch let him in. Not long after, he arrived at the Deer Terrace Pavilion in the mountain belly. Zhou Wen still followed the previous method and climbed down the mountain wall before jumping into the river and swimming towards Deer Terrace Pavilion. After swimming for a while, he felt that something huge was approaching the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen was already experienced and didn't bother with it. However, very quickly, the red tentacles or water grass wrapped around him and pulled the blood-colored avatar into the river. Before Zhou Wen could do anything, the game screen went black. Holy SHT, what's going on? Zhou Wen felt depressed. He had done everything according to the previous method. However, without the bone flute in-game, there was no way for him to get the blood-colored avatar to bite the bone flute when entering the river. This was probably where the problem was. Since the method doesn't work, I have to force my way in. Zhou Wen had no way of getting the bone flute into the game, so he had no choice but to give up on his previous path. Summoning the stone armor, he held the Overlord sword in his hand. He also wore the Truth Listener earring. With the banana fan in his other hand, he rode the white shadow of poison and flew towards Deer Terrace Pavilion. Before he could get close, he saw a black gas rise up from the ancient building, condensing into the image of a black nine-tailed fox. It rested above the ancient building, and its tail, condensed from 9 black gases, was swaying. Its pair of demonic, enchanting eyes were staring at the blood-colored avatar. Chapter 440, Immortal. 2 beams shot out of the fox demon's eyes and arrived in front of the blood-colored avatar in a blink of an eye. They were so unbelievably fast that Zhou Wen wasn't given any time to react. Zhou Wen subconsciously used ghost steps and dodged to the side. However, White Shadow of Poison didn't react quickly enough. After the beam hit it, it immediately disintegrated and vanished. What terrifying strength! Zhou Wen was alarmed as he saw the fox demon's eyes constantly shoot out beams at the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen was best at movement techniques, but under such speedy beams, dodging a few times quickly exhausted him. Desperate, he could only draw his sword and slash it at the fox demon's eyes. However, the beam didn't seem corporeal as Overlord's sword beam pierced through the beam as it illuminated Zhou Wen and the Overlord's sword. Zhou Wen watched the scene of Overlord's sword and the blood-colored avatar being disassembled into points of light before the game screen went black. I'm afraid the fox demon's gaze is about to reach the speed of light. How can it be dodged? Zhou Wen was somewhat helpless. No matter how good his movement technique was, it was difficult for him to dodge. From the looks of it, this won't work. I can't take the river path. The sky has the fox demon as an obstacle. I can't afford to provoke any of them. Zhou Wen realized that he couldn't enter Deer Terrace Pavilion. Is there a way to enter? Zhou Wen suddenly recalled how he had looked at the stone wall inside Deer Terrace Pavilion, and simulated a primordial energy art known as the Demon God Bloodline Catalog. He wondered if it was of any use. Dripping a drop of blood to revive, he entered Chess Mountain again. This time, since they were useless, Zhou Wen didn't hold so many weapons. In fact, he decided not to take anything. All he did was switch his primordial energy art to the Demon God Bloodline Catalog, which he had gained basic mastery, one that didn't even have a life providence. After he was done, Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before choosing to jump into the river. After all, this was a path that he had taken once. If he were to take another path, he didn't know what other problems he would encounter. If the Demon God Bloodline Catalog really worked, he could directly reach the place where the mythical companion eggs were placed. Just like the last time, the blood-colored avatar didn't swim far before strange blood-colored tentacles appeared under the river. However, the blood-colored tentacles didn't pull him into the water. They danced in the water like swaying seaweed. Is the Demon God Bloodline Catalog really useful? Zhou Wen was delighted as he spread apart the tentacles and continued swimming forward. Soon, he arrived beside Deer Terrace Pavilion. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Zhou Wen searched the left side of Deer Terrace Pavilion for quite some time, but he failed to find the hole that he had previously used to enter. No way. That crappy hole isn't in game. Zhou Wen searched back and forth a few times. There was no mistake about it. There really wasn't a hole there. Left with no choice, Zhou Wen could only swim to the front of Deer Terrace Pavilion and climb up the stone stairs. There were 3 levels to the foundation of Deer Terrace Pavilion. It was like a pyramid. Further up was the ancient building. Previously, Zhou Wen had swum underwater. According to his estimates, after entering, he was probably at the bottom of the foundation. There were no doors to the 3 levels. He could only walk up the stone stairs and reach the ancient building's entrance. While carefully controlling the blood-colored avatar, he nervously walked up the stone stairs. Although he had the Demon God Bloodline Catalog protecting him, it was only at basic mastery. It didn't even have a life providence. When Zhou Wen walked to the foundation at the bottom, he suddenly saw a mist spew out from the platform, transforming into many fairies and immortals that cast their gazes at the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat. He saw that these fairies and immortals were rather beautiful, but he felt an indescribable seduction. He thought of the demoness in the legend who summoned many demon spirits who could transform their appearances. They disguised themselves as immortals to drink with the tyrant. Although they were only demon spirits, they were all figures in myths and legends. It wasn't impossible for them to have strength at the mythical stage. The fairies and immortals looked at the blood-colored avatar and sized him up before ignoring him. They held alcohol flasks and glasses as they focused on drinking. There were even fairies dancing as they drank. Their dancing styles were tacky. This Demon God Bloodline Catalog is actually so useful. Doesn't that mean that I can freely enter dimensional zones in the future without needing to worry about being attacked? Zhou Wen thought to himself, but he didn't stop walking. He continued walking up the stairs. When he arrived at the 2nd floor of the Foundation's platform, he saw many fairies and immortals. They were similar to the previous level. They only sized up the blood-colored avatar for a moment before ignoring him. Zhou Wen walked up all the way to the 3rd level's platform, which was also the level where the ancient building was. He saw some more fairies and immortals, but the outcome was the same. No one paid him any attention. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk towards the ancient building's door. The door was open. He looked inside and saw 6 fairies and immortals drinking and enjoying themselves. However, they were different from the ones outside. They sat on both sides of the hall. Each of them had a short table in front of them. On the table were fine wine, fruits, and delicacies. The moment the blood-colored avatar entered the hall, a fairy sitting close to the door looked at him. With just a glance, her expression changed as she shot out a rainbow beam. "No good. I've been discovered." Zhou Wen dodged and retreated, but the rainbow beam kept chasing after him like it had a life of its own. It drew an arc in the air like a rainbow. Zhou Wen continuously changed directions and dodged a few times, but he was ultimately caught up by the rainbow beam. Helpless, he could only draw his sword and slash at it. Boom! The Overlord's sword struck ruthlessly. The rainbow-colored beam was actually cleaved apart by the Overlord's sword. However, the blood-colored avatar's body was sent flying as it tumbled down the stone steps. As such, the concealment from before had also lost its effect. The fairies and immortals on the platform charged ferociously at the blood-colored avatar. Realizing that he was exposed, Zhou Wen didn't hide anything. He switched back to the lost Immortal Sutra and took out his banana fan. He fanned at the charging assailants. Boom! The sky was filled with immortals as they were sent flying by the fan. They either slammed into the wall or fell to the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and looked seriously injured. Some of them directly revealed their true bodies. Most of them were foxes, night cats, pheasants, etc. So these guys aren't at the mythical stage. Zhou Wen was relieved as he fanned the fake fairies and immortals. After sending them flying everywhere, some died upon hitting Deer Terrace Pavilion. Chapter 441, Tyrant, S Evolution completed. Killed epic creature, ancient tomb fox demon. Discovered dimensional crystal. Killed epic creature, three-eyed cat demon. Discovered dimensional crystal. Killed epic creature, ancient tomb fox demon. Matching the banana fan with Slaughterer's infinite primordial energy. His ability to kill en masse was virtually unparalleled at creatures his level. After fanning a few times, he killed many fake fairies and immortals. Zhou Wen saw the dimensional crystals that dropped and was about to pick them up when he saw a rainbow beam fly down. It was none other than the fairy sitting at the end of the grand hall. Zhou Wen struck out with a grand yin wind at the fairy. With a wave of her hand, a rainbow beam met the grand yin wind, diverting it aside. Zhou Wen immediately knew that the fairy was most likely at the mythical stage. Although the grand yin wind was strong, it wasn't at the mythical stage yet. He would definitely be at a disadvantage against a mythical creature. Zhou Wen turned around and ran down the stairs. The fairy chased after him as she released rainbow beams with both hands. They combined into a single rainbow beam that enveloped the blood-colored avatar like thousands of rays of light. The colorful rays seemed to have a life of their own, so no matter how Zhou Wen dodged, they continued chasing him. The colorful light came from all directions, and Zhou Wen had no room to move. He gritted his teeth and switched to the ancient Sovereign Sutra. At the same time, he used the demon dragon true body to fend off the rainbow beams with his powerful physique. Boom! The rainbow beams landed on Zhou Wen, causing him to feel like he had been struck by hammers. However, The rainbow beams failed to tear through the scales on the blood-colored avatar's body. Instead, they shattered. What an amazing demon dragon true body! Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he pounced at the fairy like a beast. The fairy's body phased away, leaving behind afterimages. At the same time, it constantly emitted rainbow beams from her hands. Although the demon dragon true body wasn't afraid of the rainbow beams, he was repelled every time. He failed to approach her. Seeing that time for his demon dragon true body was running out, Zhou Wen turned and ran downstairs. The fairy chased after him and constantly attacked. However, after Zhou Wen left the third level and returned to the Foundation's second level, she didn't chase after him again and returned to the ancient building. The fake fairies and immortals on the second level charged forward. Although Zhou Wen's time in his demon dragon true body had run out due to having zero primordial energy, he wasn't afraid of them. He switched back to Slaughterer, and his primordial energy immediately returned to full. Combining the Overlord sword with transcendent flying immortal, he killed all the fairies and immortals that rushed at him. Zhou Wen realized that no matter how he killed on the second level, the dimensional creatures inside the palace didn't come out. I can't enter the palace, but it's not a bad idea to grind these epic creatures. Zhou Wen summoned the baby tiger and killed all the fairies and immortals on the second and first levels. A few dimensional crystals dropped, along with one primordial energy skill crystal. Zhou Wen didn't head back up to the third level. He couldn't even deal with a single demoness. There were 5 of them inside, so it was useless even if he went up. Could the Thirch be one of the 6 demons in the hall? Zhou Wen thought. Zhou Wen hid in the cave and kept grinding. Although the demons who pretended to be fairies and immortals at Deer Terrace Pavilion weren't very capable, the dimensional crystals they dropped weren't bad. High-valued dimensional crystals would often drop, so Zhou Wen took the opportunity to raise his various stats. Tyrant Behemoth has succeeded in evolving to the epic stage. After 2 days of grinding, Zhou Wen suddenly saw a notification appear in-game. He couldn't help but feel delighted. It's finally done. Zhou Wen hurriedly opened the companion beast column. Among the epic companion beasts, there was indeed Tyrant Behemoth. In the game, he summoned Tyrant Behemoth and saw a majestic black monster appear on the game's screen. He couldn't tell how big it was in-game, but when he compared to the blood-colored avatar, he realized that the blood-colored avatar was only the size of its palm. This fellow was like a small mountain. I wonder how much this fellow will eat in the future. Can I really afford it? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Looking at the Tyrant Behemoth stats, Zhou Wen immediately threw away his worries. Tyrant Behemoth, Epic Evolvable. Life Providence, Extreme Strength. Life Soul, Violence Crown. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Constitution, 41. Primordial Energy, 41. Talent Skill, Mountain Consuming. Companion Form, Boxing Glove. It's finally at the epic stage. It's time to begin operations. Zhou Wen switched off his phone and walked out of the cave. He sneaked in the direction of Don't Cry Valley in the darkness. Unfortunately, Jock's companion egg hadn't grown. Otherwise, with Jock's shadow escapability, he would have been able to enter Don't Cry Valley without a sound. Now, Zhou Wen had to force his way in. Thankfully, the Bureau didn't place its key defenses here. It wasn't difficult to charge in. The mysterious force in Don't Cry Valley that made people cry was the best defensive barrier. Zhou Wen wore the mutated stone Kai armor and wrapped his entire body inside. Without even showing his face, he switched to his god-fiend life providence and charged at a checkpoint. The personnel from the bureau saw a figure fly over. Before they could react, it flashed past the checkpoint and disappeared into Don't Cry Valley. They almost thought they were seeing things. "I think something rushed in, right?" One of the inspectors looked at another inspector and asked with uncertainty. "It seems so. I didn't see it clearly." Another inspector wasn't too sure either. "Should we report it?" "Let's take a look at the surveillance cameras." The two of them checked the surveillance footage and slowed down many times before they saw a person wearing stone armor rush into Don't Cry Valley. "Quickly report to the censor." The two quickly sent people into Don't Cry Valley to report to Kai Jin. After Zhou Wen rushed into the valley, the truth listener earring on his ear began to heat up. At the same time, a surge of primordial energy surged into his body, delighting him. This meant that the truth listener earring had shown its effects. Don't Cry Valley wasn't a dangerous land for him. He scanned his surroundings before flying in a certain direction. As no one reached the primordial crystal mine alive, Zhou Wen didn't know its exact location. All he could do was search the valley. In the large valley, there were bamboo forests everywhere. After the wind blew through the bamboo forest, there was a rustling sound. It sounded very strange. Although it didn't look big from the outside, the valley's space became huge after it had become a dimensional zone. In the endless bamboo forest, Zhou Wen rapidly moved in search of the possible location of the primordial crystal mine. The deeper he ventured into the valley, the more primordial energy surged into his eyes. Clearly, the mysterious force was gradually strengthening. However, to the truth listener earring, the mysterious force became beneficial, allowing Zhou Wen to replenish his primordial energy even when he used other primordial energy arts. Chapter 442, Tunneling. The interference in Don't Cry Valley prevented all kinds of equipment from working normally. Zhou Wen wasn't worried about cameras here, but he still needed to pay attention to things like companion beasts. Some people like to use worms, mosquitoes, and other companion beasts for reconnaissance purposes, making them harder to defend against than electronic equipment. This was because few people would notice them, so they were especially useful in dimensional zones. Zhou Wen used the truth listener earring to pay attention to every movement around him, to ensure that any dimensional creatures could be discovered the moment they appeared. Suddenly, Zhou Wen sensed the existence of a dimensional creature. It was a green bamboo viper. It was sprawled on a bamboo joint, sharing the same color as the bamboo leaves, making it difficult for ordinary people to discover its existence. However, the truth listener earring had discovered its existence from afar. Zhou Wen didn't know if the bamboo viper was a native dimensional creature of Don't Cry Valley, or it was manually placed there. Regardless of which one it was, Zhou Wen didn't plan on alerting it. He circled around it and continued deeper into the bamboo forest without letting it discover him. Zhou Wen found quite a number of dimensional creatures along the way. He circled around them without alerting any of them. He hoped that he was heading in the right direction. As he walked forward, more and more dimensional creatures appeared. There were bamboo vipers, mantises that resembled withered leaves, and a frog hiding in the fallen leaves. These companion beasts weren't very powerful, but they were distributed very regularly. It was difficult for one to dodge their line of sight no matter where one went. Zhou Wen wasted a lot of time to circle around these dimensional creatures. After passing through the bamboo forest, he saw a building resembling a blockhouse erected on the mountain wall. It was obvious that the building was man-made. It was highly likely to be the entrance to the primordial crystal mine. However, there was only one entrance without any windows. It was completely sealed. If one wanted to rush in, one had to break open the door and clash with the people from the bureau. This was the economic lifeline of the bureau. It had one of the 4 censors, Kai Jin, guarding it. According to Sheng, Kai Jin was as strong as Jock. With the help of other epic experts, and with them having the terrain advantage, Zhou Wen didn't think it was a good idea to forcefully barge in. After observing the surrounding terrain, Zhou Wen infiltrated from another side of the canyon and found a low depression. He summoned Tyrant Behemoth. The epic Tyrant Behemoth was more than 10 meters tall. It was like a small black mountain. In reality, it felt majestic and terrifying when he looked at it. He felt like it could pierce through a mountain with a single punch. "Tyrant, can you dig diagonally down in that direction? Be careful not to make too much noise." Zhou Wen pointed in the direction of the mine. Tyrant Behemoth could devour extremely hard primordial crystal ores, so it shouldn't be a problem for it to deal with ordinary rocks. Tyrant Behemoth took action after hearing the order. It lowered its head to the ground, and the 2 horns on its head spun like a huge drill, tearing open a huge hole. Zhou Wen saw mud splatter and hurriedly crawled in behind Tyrant Behemoth. Tyrant Behemoth was like a super drilling vehicle that violently drilled through rocks and kept proceeding underground. As there was nowhere to dispose of the rock and mud, the back of the tunnel was quickly blocked, just leaving a space slightly bigger than Tyrant Behemoth. The place Zhou Wen had chosen was still more than 1,000 meters from the entrance to the mine. He was originally worried that Tyrant Behemoth would take too long to enter, but he had clearly underestimated Tyrant Behemoth's strength. This was a fellow who was known to be able to eat 1,000 mountains every day. Although it hadn't advanced to the mythical stage and couldn't eat a mountain, it wasn't difficult for it to dig a hole. After following Tyrant Behemoth for more than an hour, Zhou Wen guessed that he should have arrived at a stop under the mine, but he hadn't seen any primordial crystal ores appear. Strange, why haven't I seen any primordial crystal ores? Logically speaking, if there's a mine here, I should be able to see primordial crystal ores nearby. Why aren't there any? Zhou Wen found it odd. Crack! As he was thinking, he heard the sound of rocks cracking above him. He looked over and saw that there were several cracks above the tunnel that Tyrant Behemoth had dug open. There was faint light passing through the cracks. But for some reason, Tyrant Behemoth didn't advance further. It looked up at the cracks. Hey! Could it be that Tyrant Behemoth went too deep down and missed the mining area? Zhou Wen made Tyrant Behemoth stop. He stood on Tyrant Behemoth's body and leaned close to the crack to take a look inside. There was light inside, but all he could see was the ceiling. Using Truth Listener's ability, a huge warehouse appeared in Zhou Wen's mind. Rows of metal chests were placed inside. The entire warehouse was around 1,000 square meters. There were plenty of metal chests in there. This place, could it be their warehouse to store the primordial crystal ores? Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he carefully observed using Truth Listener's powers. He soon discovered that there were quite a number of mini companion beasts hidden in the warehouse. One of them, a cricket-like companion beast, was staring at the crack as though it had sensed something. Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't alarm them. Otherwise, Kai Jin and the other inspectors would immediately be alarmed. After some thought, he summoned some blood threadworms. These blood threadworms were obtained from the Zhualu battlefield. They were finer than hair. It was very difficult to notice a few of them with the naked eye. He let the blood threadworm crawl into the warehouse and carefully approach the companion beast in the warehouse before letting them burrow into their bodies. The companion beasts were ordered by their owners to remain motionless. This made it easier for Zhou Wen to take action. The blood threadworms crawled into their bodies and immediately affected their nerves. Although they wouldn't immediately die, they fell into a state of dementia. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen got Tyrant Behemoth to drill a huge hole into the warehouse. The man and pet crawled inside. Zhou Wen raised his hand and chopped open a metal chest's lock. He lifted the lid and immediately, a blinding light emitted from the box. All the boxes were filled with primordial crystals. Holy SHT, aren't there thousands of metal chests in this warehouse? If the items inside are all primordial crystals, Zhou Wen didn't dare imagine what would happen. As for Tyrant Behemoth, he was already salivating at the box of primordial energy crystals that Zhou Wen had opened. Chapter 443. Let Loose and Eat. Eat. Let loose and eat. Eat however much you can. Zhou Wen ordered Tyrant Behemoth. Tyrant Behemoth let out a roar and swallowed the chest of primordial crystals that Zhou Wen had opened with a single mouthful. After chewing a few times, it swallowed it. It wasn't afraid of indigestion. The Tyrant Behemoth didn't even look. It opened its mouth and bit down on the metal chests one by one, then chewed them to pieces. Its crushing bite was simply too astonishing. It ate metal and primordial crystal, was like it was eating jelly beans. Zhou Wen didn't idle either. He opened the boxes and saw that they were filled with primordial energy crystals. He directly put them into his chaos bead, throwing chest after chest in. These were all worth money. Zhou Wen was used to being poor, so he had never seen so many valuables before. He just kept moving them into his chaos bead. It wasn't that he had never seen anything good, but all the good things were in game. He couldn't take them out no matter how good they were. These primordial crystals were good stuff that could be used in the real world. He could also sell them for a good price. He didn't have to waste time grinding for any companion eggs or primordial energy skill crystals. Now that he had money, he could buy them directly. Previously, Zhou Wen didn't know that there were so many primordial crystals stored here. He imagined that he would need to get Tyrant Behemoth to dig for ores. But to his surprise, the bureau had already dug them out and placed them there in chests. If he had known this would happen, Zhou Wen would have come long ago. Why would he need to wait for Tyrant Behemoth to evolve? He could have emptied the area alone. Tyrant Behemoth ate one chest after another, while Zhou Wen moved chests into his chaos space. Both of them were busy at work. Zhou Wen suddenly thought of a famous saying from a great person: "The people of labor are the most glorious." Zhou Wen didn't know how many chests he had stored in the chaos bead. In any case, apart from the ones he had moved into the chaos bead, the remaining were devoured by Tyrant Behemoth. He didn't know what its stomach was made of, but after eating nearly 1,000 boxes of primordial crystals, its stomach didn't even swell up at all. Seeing Tyrant Behemoth looking at him longingly, Zhou Wen subconsciously tightened his grip on his chaos bead. Then he looked at Tyrant Behemoth and said, "This is a primordial crystal mine. There must be many more unmined deposits of primordial crystal ores outside. Let's head out and eat the ones outside. You can eat as much as you want." Tyrant Behemoth seemed to understand what Zhou Wen was getting at. His eyes were as bright as light bulbs. With a roar, he slammed his head against the ground. No matter how excited you are, you shouldn't be hitting your head. Foodies really lack brains, Zhou Wen thought. However, to his surprise, Tyrant Behemoth crashed into the ground of the warehouse. The horns on his head spun, opening a huge hole in the rock before burrowing down. Zhou Wen hurriedly followed it. Tyrant Behemoth drilled for some time before it suddenly widened its mouth. It began to directly bite down on the rocks. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the surrounding rocks had already shown signs of primordial crystal ores. They looked like sparkling stars. Zhou Wen had never seen Tyrant Behemoth use the mountain-consuming skill in combat. Now, he had truly witnessed it for himself. The skill wasn't used for fighting, but for eating. Tyrant Behemoth's mouth was like a black hole, as it swallowed the rocks mixed with the primordial crystal ores. It was like a miniature black hole. Zhou Wen was already satisfied with obtaining so many primordial crystals, so he allowed Tyrant Behemoth to devour the primordial crystal ores. Xianxia was currently in Kai Jin's office. The primordial crystal mine was the economic lifeline of the Bureau. Xianxia had told Kai Jin that no one could take a piece of the primordial crystals from here without him being here in person. In order to purchase the Aurora Pith, he had to use some of the primordial crystals in the reserves. It just scratched the surface of the reserves, so Xianxia was not worried about any future financial problems. With the primordial crystal mine backing him, even if he couldn't obtain any funding for 10 years, the Bureau could still lead a comfortable life. Furthermore, the 6 families definitely wouldn't stop funding the Bureau next year. After all, many descendants of the 6 families were working there. Even if he didn't want their money, they would definitely give it to him in the future. Kai Jin, it's been hard on you to guard the primordial crystal mine for all these years. Xianxia had always thought highly of Kai Jin. Although he wasn't the most powerful of the 4 censors, he was the most reliable one. He was meticulous and had been guarding the primordial crystal mine for so many years without any mistakes. He was very cautious and professional. "Director General, you're too polite. This is simply my job," Kai Jin said in neither a supercilious nor obsequious manner. He knew Xianxia's temper. If he acted overly proud and arrogant, it would probably earn Xianxia's displeasure. "Yes. Wait for another 2 years, and the position of Deputy Director General will be open. I plan to recommend you to take over the position," Xianxia said. "Thank you for your grooming." Kai Jin was truly happy. The 4 censors were very famous, but in fact, they were working under Xianxia. However, becoming the Deputy Director General was different. That put him in the ranks of having actual authority. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, an inspector suddenly knocked on the door and entered. He reported, "Sir, there's news from the guards at the canyon entrance that someone has infiltrated Don't Cry Valley." "Do you know who it is?" Kai Jin's expression didn't change much. Over the years, various factions had sent many people to try to pry into the situation of the primordial crystal mine, but all of them failed. He had seen such situations aplenty. I don't know. That person was too fast, and they weren't able to see him clearly. However, the surveillance camera captured the person. They printed the photo and brought it here. As he spoke, the inspector handed a few photos to Kai Jin. After Kai Jin received them, he directly handed them to Shen Yuchai with both hands. With Shen Yuchai around, he naturally had to let him see them first. Shen Yuchai looked at the photos and saw that the person was covered in stone-like armor. He couldn't see his face clearly at all. However, the stone armor looked a little familiar to him, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Kai Jin, what's your take? Shen Yuchai pushed the photo in front of Kai Jin. He still trusted him immensely. After taking a look at the picture, Kai Jin couldn't tell who the person was, but he didn't panic either. He said with a smile, I've planted a lot of companion beasts in the bamboo forest. Those companion beasts were dimensional creatures that dropped in Don't Cry Valley. They aren't influenced by its mysterious powers. They are also difficult for the average person to notice. Even if someone discovers a few, it'd be impossible to find all 300 of them. As long as a companion beast discovers them, I'll sense them and be able to confirm his location. Now, none of the companion beasts have reacted. It means that the person hasn't gone deep into the bamboo forest. Or should I say, he might have already died under the mysterious forces of Don't Cry Valley. Chapter 444, Vomiting Blood. Shen Yuchai was very satisfied with Kai Jin's answer, but he still said calmly, what if the enemy can pass through the bamboo forest and reach the mine? Don't worry, Director General. The mine also has many stone-type companion beasts planted. They aren't easily discovered. Needless to say, in the warehouse, the companion beasts that are planted there were personally selected by me. They have extremely powerful concealment and reconnaissance abilities. Furthermore, their spots are adjusted every week to prevent any problems from arising, said Kai Jin. Good. Shen Yuchai was very satisfied with Kai Jin's answer. The most important aspect when working for the Bureau was to be meticulous. If any oversight were to happen, even a small problem might result in a chain reaction that would cause great trouble. Just by looking at Kai Jin's layout of the mine cave, he knew that this person was very meticulous. He was, indeed, of good caliber. Endure another 2 years. Then in 2 years, we'll conquer the world together. Shen Yuchai patted Kai Jin on the shoulder and said. Kai Jin respectfully said, Your humble servant is willing to follow you for life, Director General. Heh. Shen Yuchai did not comment. Instead, he smiled and patted Kai Jin on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's go to the warehouse to get some primordial crystals. The purchase of the Aurora pith is very important, so we have to use the reserves. Kai Jin led the way, and as they walked he asked, Director General, can the Aurora pith really advance the Holy Light Angel to the mythical stage? Shen Yuchai nodded and said, Those experts have already verified it many times. As long as there's sufficient Aurora pith, there's an 80% chance that the Holy Light Angel can advance to the mythical stage. It will be great if it succeeds. Our Bureau will have an additional trump card. We will no longer need to take into account the whims and wants of those families, said Kai Jin. Don't speak nonsense. Our Bureau is a subordinate organization under the Senate. We naturally have to obey orders from our superiors. Besides, it's only a mythical companion beast. Do you really think that it can compete with them? Shen Yuchai said indifferently. I apologize for my words, but they're ultimately words of hope, said Kai Jin. The primordial crystal mine is our only hope. With it, we can exchange crystals for the resources we need. In the future, we will have a chance to nurture mythical companion beasts. Watch it carefully. This is our lifeblood, Xianxia said seriously. Don't worry, we will prevail with the mine in existence. Kai Jin issued a military order. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, he saw an inspector running over in a panic. What are you so flustered about? What did I teach you? Kai Jin frowned and reprimanded the inspector. Xianxia hated people who were so flustered when they encountered something. Usually, Kai Jin didn't see his subordinates being so crude. However, he had shown his fluster with Xianxia around. Wouldn't that make Xianxia think that he was incompetent at handling his subordinates? The inspector did not calm down because of Kai Jin's reprimand. He continued speaking in a panic. Sir, something happened in the mine. What happened? Kai Jin's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling that something bad had happened, precisely when Xianxia was here. The lower levels of the mine have collapsed. The mine below is blocked. Our men can't head down. We don't know what's going on below. The inspector gave a summary of the situation. A large-scale collapse. Kai Jin breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just a collapse, it wouldn't be a serious problem. At most, he could just spend some time digging it out. Get the men to fortify the mine before digging out the collapsed area to see what's going on, Kai Jin instructed. Kai Jin made the necessary arrangements before turning around to speak to Xianxia. Director General, let's head to the warehouse first. Xianxia nodded and continued walking towards the warehouse with Kai Jin. He was quite satisfied with Kai Jin's way of handling things. The unexpected always happened, and there was no lack of accidents. As long as he had the ability to handle it, it was fine. Very quickly, the two of them passed through many checkpoints and arrived outside the warehouse. The door could only be opened when both Kai Jin and Xianxia were around. Director General, after you. Kai Jin opened the door and gestured for him to enter. However, before Xianxia could enter, his gaze landed on the warehouse, and his expression immediately changed. Kai Jin, what's going on? Demanded Xianxia with an extremely livid expression. He glared at Kai Jin with a ferocious gaze. What do you mean? Kai Jin looked into the warehouse and was stunned. The warehouse was originally full of rows of metal chests, but none of them could be seen. The huge warehouse was empty except for two huge holes on the ground. Director General, I really don't know what's going on. The companion beasts that are planted here are still there. Why wasn't there any reaction? I even saw them through the observation hole yesterday. The primordial crystals were all here. Kai Jin stammered. He knew that he was in big trouble. These primordial crystals could be said to be the entire assets of the Special Inspector Bureau. Now that more than 1,000 chests of primordial crystals were gone, that was a serious fault. Xianxia wore a sullen expression and didn't say anything. His figure moved like a shadow as he entered the warehouse and stepped into one of the holes. A sword beam shot out from his finger, splitting apart the rubble in the hole as he rushed deep inside. Kai Jin reacted and followed after him. When he caught up with Xianxia, the scene in front of him left him stunned. The massive underground primordial crystal mine had a huge space dug out by something. It was as if the mountain had been emptied out. Only a few rocks supported the upper layer, while the other primordial crystal ores were gone. This area was obviously an area that had been explored by them. It was the area with the largest deposits. No, impossible, seeing that the top floor was collapsing, and how rocks kept falling from above. Kai Jin was dumbfounded. Such a massive endeavor would take at least a year to complete, even if he were to poach epic experts to be miners. However, if someone really went all out to dig for such a long time, it was impossible for him not to have noticed anything. Director General, I really don't know anything. Kai Jin felt his entire body turn cold. This was a terrible disaster. He didn't know how Shen Yuchai would deal with him. Shen Yuchai ignored him as he stared intently at the collapsing underground hole. After a while, Shen Yuchai suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as he trembled. Director General, Kai Jin became alarmed. He hurriedly went forward to support Shen Yuchai. At that moment, Zhou Wen had long left Don't Cry Valley. He originally wanted Tyrant Behemoth to eat more and leave the primordial crystal mine with nothing. However, to his surprise, Tyrant Behemoth showed signs of evolving as he ate. Zhou Wen was afraid that it would evolve in the mine, and, since he could dig, he would be trapped when the time came. All he could do was get Tyrant Behemoth to dig him out again. Not long after he entered the bamboo forest, Tyrant Behemoth began evolving. It had eaten too many primordial crystals, and its body constantly emitted crystalline light, turning it into a companion egg state once again. Chapter 445, Not That Much. Overseer, this matter is a little odd. Although we exposed those documents and dealt a certain blow to the Bureau seems to have gone mad recently. It's like a rabid dog that's biting people everywhere. Their reaction is much worse than we expected, and Sheng said as he read the latest intelligence. And Tianzuo was also looking at the information. He had similar views to Sheng. It seemed odd that the Bureau had gone to such great lengths. And Sheng was about to say something when his phone suddenly rang. And Sheng looked at the caller ID and said to Tianzuo, "The informer I left on campus says that Zhou Wen is back." And Sheng had previously gone to the capital, but had failed to find Zhou Wen. He was certain that Zhou Wen hadn't been there, as he had no idea where Zhou Wen had gone. Without any leads, and Sheng had no choice but to return to Luoyang. And Tianzuo looked at Sheng without saying a word. And Sheng understood what Tianzuo was getting at and answered the call. After a while, Sheng hung up and said to Tianzuo, "Zhou Wen has returned. Should I call him and ask him?" "That's your business," Tianzuo said coldly. And Sheng called Zhou Wen. "Young Master Wen, where have you been the past few days? Madam has been very worried about you." Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said, "I visited Don't Cry Valley and got some things from there." He had caused too great a stir, and Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't hide it. Even if the Bureau couldn't figure out that he was the one behind it, and Sheng and company would figure out something in the future. After all, the time he went missing coincided with it. Rather than waiting for them to find out, he might as well say it himself. "Don't Cry Valley, wait, are you talking about the Special Inspector Bureau's primordial crystal mine?" And Sheng said in surprise. "The mineral deposits are a gift from the land. If the Bureau can take it, I should be able to take it too, right?" Zhou Wen said with a smile. "Did you really enter Don't Cry Valley's primordial crystal mine? How much did you get?" And Sheng immediately asked. Not that much. I just took some of the reserves and dug a little more, Zhou Wen said. And Sheng's expression turned odd. Zhou Wen made it sound simple, but the recent crazy actions of the Bureau made Sheng realize that it wasn't as simple as Zhou Wen had claimed. About how much did you take? Sheng asked. I'm not too sure of the number. There are probably a few hundred chests. One chest weighs about a ton, Zhou Wen said. And Sheng gaped in disbelief. After a long while, Sheng came to his senses and exhorted Zhou Wen. Stay on campus and don't go anywhere. Don't touch the primordial crystal ores you have. Don't let anyone know about it. He then hung up. Zhou Wen stole the primordial crystal ores from the Bureau. It's a massive amount, Sheng said to Tianzuo. I heard that. Tianzuo's expression was somewhat odd. Even he found it unbelievable that a person had snatched hundreds of tons of primordial crystal ores from the Bureau. It's no wonder the Special Inspector Bureau has gone mad. A few hundred tons of primordial crystal ores. This isn't about stealing ores, it's about killing the Bureau. Young Master Wen really is gutsy, and he actually did it. It's hard to imagine how he managed to do it alone. It looks like he's growing faster than we expected, Sheng praised. Tianzuo wasn't in the mood to bicker with Sheng as he said with a sigh. Go deal with the aftermath and try to find out more from the Special Inspector Bureau to see what's going on. Yes. Sheng also knew that this wasn't the time to say these words. He had to seize every moment to wipe away the traces that Zhou Wen might have left behind. He couldn't let the Bureau know that it was Zhou Wen who had done it. Half a day later, a piece of information was placed in front of Tianzuo. After he had finished reading it, his expression became more complicated. Sheng also wore an odd expression as he looked at Tianzuo and said, according to the intelligence, Kai Jin has already been transferred back. Quite a number of experts from the primordial crystal mine have been transferred back as well. Very few people remain behind. Young Master Wen didn't steal from them. He clearly uprooted the Bureau's finances. Tianzuo burned the document and threw it into the trash bin. Do what you need to do. Just take it that nothing ever happened. Yes, Sheng answered solemnly. That punk is really daring. When Tianzuo was the only one left in the office, he looked at Zhou Wen's information on the computer and muttered to himself with an odd expression. After Zhou Wen returned to school, he took a nap before continuing his grinding. With the demon dragon true body, Zhou Wen could finally attempt to challenge a mythical creature. Although he only had 10 seconds, Zhou Wen no longer died so easily when he went to the temple in the ruins. However, against the mythical creature guarding the temple, Zhou Wen still needed to use some primordial energy skills in addition to the demon dragon true body to prevent himself from being killed. In fact, he didn't last 10 seconds. Although switching to Slaughterer could restore his primordial energy, switching back to the ancient Sovereign Sutra, and then using the demon dragon true body required time. This was enough time for the mythical creature to kill the blood-colored avatar. Although he could only last for a few seconds, Zhou Wen finally wasn't slaughtered without any resistance. At least in these few seconds, he could face the mythical creatures head-on, giving him a chance of discovering their weaknesses. Of course, this required repeated deaths. If Zhou Wen wasn't in a hurry to enter the temple to find the former principal, there would be no need for him to be in such a rush. There were 2 temples, the left and right. The creature in one of the temples resembled a wolf or tiger. It had wings on its backs, and it was unbelievably fast. Zhou Wen had to use ghost steps when in demon dragon true body form to keep up with it. He couldn't last long against it. In the other temple, the mythical creature resembled a huge snake that could spew out large amounts of poisonous gas, but its speed was much slower than another mythical creature. Zhou Wen could barely keep up with its speed in the demon dragon true body without using ghost steps. Hence, he placed his focus on the snake. Zhou Wen's poison resistance and the augmentation of the demon dragon true body couldn't withstand the snake's terrifying poison. He could clearly sense the symptoms of poisoning. However, he would be killed before the poison could take effect. Therefore, the lethality of the poison didn't matter for now. Apart from the poison, the snake still had several abilities. Some of them were all right. Zhou Wen could at least understand them. As long as he could understand them, he had a chance of cracking them. However, Zhou Wen didn't understand one of the snake's powers. Every time the snake's eyes turned into a mirror, the blood-colored avatar would reflect in its eyes before dying. No matter how fast Zhou Wen's movement technique was, it was impossible for him to be so fast that the snake couldn't see the blood-colored avatar. Therefore, every time the snake used this skill, the blood-colored avatar died. Zhou Wen tried many times, but he failed to figure out what was going on. Chapter 446. The sword needs to kill before it's unsheathed. When he woke up the next morning and had breakfast, Zhou Wen bought some breakfast for Wang Lu. "You're back." Wang Lu opened the door and asked in surprise. "I came back yesterday." Zhou Wen entered and placed the breakfast on the table. "Has the matter been resolved?" Wang Lu asked. "Pretty much." Zhou Wen felt his mood elevate, but he didn't know if the bureau would back down or not. "That's good. Let's settle our scores now. You owe me a lot of breakfast. You need to make it up with lunch." Wang Lu very seriously listed down the number of breakfasts Zhou Wen owed her. After taking Wang Lu's breakfast, Zhou Wen went to the Xianxia club. "Old Zhou, why are you always going missing? Can't you let me tag along if there's anything interesting happening?" Lai Xuan said with a smile. "I got into some trouble, so I went into hiding." "What's so fun about that?" Zhou Wen shrugged his shoulders helplessly. As the two of them spoke, they saw Feng Qiuyan, Ming Ziyu, and a girl walk in. Zhou Wen knew Ming Ziyu, but didn't know why he had come to the Xianxia club. He wasn't a member of the Xianxia club. However, Zhou Wen still felt a little guilty towards Ming Ziyu. After all, he was his student tutor, but he had not done anything since he had come. "Zhou Wen, you're finally back. Are you free now?" Ming Ziyu's eyes lit up when he saw Zhou Wen. "What's the matter?" Zhou Wen felt that if Ming Ziyu had any questions, as his student tutor, he should provide some level of help. "I've recently practiced a set of sword techniques. I want you to give me some pointers," Ming Ziyu said. Although he had asked Zhou Wen for pointers, Ming Ziyu was very confident in his sword techniques. Ever since he saw Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal, Ming Ziyu had gained inspiration and had been studying the sword techniques left behind by his father. After repeatedly improving and practicing it with Feng Qiuyan, Ming Ziyu felt that his sword techniques were rather perfect. They were in no way inferior to Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal. "All right." Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. Feng Qiuyan was also very interested. He knew that Zhou Wen had already advanced to the epic stage. If it was a life and death battle, Ming Ziyu was definitely no match for Zhou Wen. However, sparring was different from a life or death battle. They only fought to determine whose sword technique was better, and not one's strength and speed. Therefore, Feng Qiuyan felt that Ming Ziyu probably had a chance. During this period of time, he had been training with Ming Ziyu. He knew that Ming Ziyu's sword techniques had improved significantly. Apart from his lacking level, just his sword technique alone was as good as his saber techniques. When Ming Ziyu fought Zhou Wen, he could also watch from the side and figure out how much Zhou Wen had improved. Everyone went to the training ground, and the two changed into combat uniforms. They held their training swords and faced each other. Tian Zhenjin asked nervously, "Feng Qiuyan, what do you think of Ming Ziyu's chances of winning?" Ming Ziyu's sword techniques had improved significantly, but Tian Zhenjin had a nagging feeling that they were too simple. It was unlike Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal, which was domineering and magnificent. "I don't know." Feng Qiuyan shook his head. If it were the sword techniques that Zhou Wen had used in the past, and with Zhou Wen's lack of understanding of Ming Ziyu's sword techniques, Feng Qiuyan felt that Ming Ziyu would have a chance of winning. However, Zhou Wen definitely wouldn't stop improving while he and Ming Ziyu improved. Therefore, Feng Qiuyan couldn't determine the outcome. However, deep down, he believed that Zhou Wen would definitely win. However, Feng Qiuyan couldn't say it without any evidence. That goes without saying. No one can beat old Zhou. We just need to see how many strikes Ming Ziyu can last under old Zhou. However, Lai Chuan was confident about Zhou Wen. "TCH, how would you know if they haven't fought?" "I think Ming Ziyu will definitely win." Tian Zhenjin immediately retorted. "Please guide me." Ming Ziyu held the training sword and took on an elegant stance. Then, he sheathed the sword back into the scabbard. "Please." Zhou Wen didn't hold a scabbard. He only held the sword in his hand, as he pointed it diagonally to the ground. Ming Ziyu's expression didn't change. However, his aura became increasingly calm. He seemed to fuse with the air. If one didn't look at him with their eyes, one wouldn't be able to feel his existence. A sword flash appeared, an extreme movement after extreme stillness. After the practice sword was unsheathed, an earth-shattering strike that was fast and powerful appeared. It looked as if it would tear through the skies and pass through the ninth firmaments. It was unlike Feng Qiuyan's swift saber. Although Feng Qiuyan's swift saber could exceed its limits, it did so with temperance. Particular attention was needed regarding control. However, Ming Ziyu's sword technique wasn't the same. It was as if he would explode with all the light of his life in this single strike. It squeezed every ounce of his strength. Every cell seemed to unleash all their energy. There was only one survivor. The sword didn't return once it struck. There was no control, no hesitation, and no way out. It was as if he had staked his entire life on this one strike. Although it wasn't brilliant, it had the determination to destroy everything. Even though it was only a single strike, it went all in. It couldn't be controlled, nor was there any need to control it. The sword lived with the person and died with the person. Either the enemy or himself fell. When Lai Chuan saw the strike, his expression turned solemn as he muttered to himself, "Is it worth it to stake his life on this strike?" Zhou Wen stared at the earth-shattering strike, but he didn't move his practiced sword. He could sense Ming Ziyu's determination from the sword. Ah! Tianjin exclaimed in shock when she saw Zhou Wen did not react to it. It may be a special rubber sword that was used for training, without any edge or sharpness, even to the point of being curved, but under the augmentation of Ming Ziu's sword technique, even a practice sword could pierce through flesh and blood. Feng Qiuyan's and Lai Xuan's expressions changed as well. They didn't know what was wrong with Zhou Wen. He had failed to react. As the sword flew like the wind, the practice sword in Ming Ziu's hand brushed past Zhou Wen's neck, almost touching the skin on his neck, but ultimately, it didn't injure him. "Why didn't you fight back?" Ming Ziu asked Zhou Wen with a frown. "Why should I fight back when you aren't stabbing at me?" Zhou Wen said casually. Ever since he had sensed the power of spatial trajectories, he had a keen sense of trajectories. Others might not be able to distinguish the minute difference due to Ming Ziu's sword being too fast, but Zhou Wen could see it clearly. That strike wouldn't hurt him at all. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Ming Ziu was stunned. He looked at Zhou Wen in a daze and didn't say a word. After a long while, Ming Ziu's eyes gradually became resolute. He slowly retracted the sword that was sitting beside Zhou Wen's neck and sheathed it. He bowed slightly at Zhou Wen and said seriously, "Coach, I understand. I won't randomly strike in the future. The sword needs to kill before it's unsheathed." With that said, Ming Ziu turned around and left. Zhou Wen was somewhat taken aback. He didn't know what had gone wrong with Ming Ziu. First, he didn't stab him, and next he left for no reason. Chapter 447. Continue working hard. Ming Ziu, what's going on? Why are you leaving without fighting? Tianjin chased after him and asked. "We're done," Ming Ziu said. "Done? How is that possible? Didn't you only stab him once? Why are you done?" "I understand now. Zhou Wen was unable to dodge your attack, so he lost, right?" Tianjin rattled on. "Of course not. I lost. Feng Qiuyan is right. Coach is no longer in existence on the same level as us. He could see through my weakness with a single glance and tell me my weakness through actual actions," said Ming Ziu. "What weakness?" Tianjin didn't understand what Ming Ziu was saying. All she saw was Zhou Wen standing there without doing anything. As it was a sparring match, I deviated a little when I struck. I was afraid that I would really harm him, but Coach saw through my hesitation at a glance, so he didn't strike at all, Ming Ziu said. "That's normal. Just continue sparring." "Why did you admit defeat?" Tianjin still didn't understand. Ming Ziu shook his head and said, "There's no need to continue. If Coach had been an enemy, he would have seen through my hesitation. If he were to strike back then, I would have already been defeated. He didn't attack to tell me that since I've staked my life on this strike, I should be certain that I really want to kill the person before I deliver it. If I'm not even sure myself, then I shouldn't attack. If I have doubts in my heart, I will definitely lose when I strike out. If I can't strike out without any hesitation, I shouldn't draw my sword." "But aren't you sparring? Isn't it normal to show mercy?" Tianjin asked. "This is where Coach is better than others. It's obvious that he's telling me that there are no drills in life. The past is the past. There's no chance for a redo. Since I've staked my life on the sword, how can there be any sparring? I have to risk my life when I strike. There's no chance for me to do it again. My sword, Dao Cultivation, is indeed not enough. To think that I actually wanted to spar with Coach. In fact, I'd already lost when I had this thought. From today onwards, unless I confirm that I want to kill my enemies, I will definitely not draw my sword again, Ming Xiu said seriously. From the looks of it, coming to Sunset College was right. You've really grown a lot, Tianjin said as she looked at Ming Xiu. Yes, it's my good fortune to be able to meet Coach. Unfortunately, we only have 3 months here. I can't learn more from Coach. Ming Xiu nodded. Zhou Wen didn't know what Ming Xiu was thinking. He was somewhat puzzled. He originally wanted to see what Ming Xiu's sword technique was like, but to his surprise, Ming Xiu ran after stabbing at him. However, Ming Xiu's strike was truly stunning. The sword technique of seriously betting everything had a shocking feeling to it. In a battle, only bravery won. Ming Xiu's sword technique was the easiest way to win against a strong opponent, but it was also the easiest way to die. What Ming Xiu learned from Zhou Wen was about questioning himself and not striking out. It greatly reduced the chances of him dying. Only then would this lead to Ming Xiu becoming a stunning swordsman in the future. Zhou Wen realized that his strength and speed were stronger than Ming Xiu's, and his sword techniques weren't inferior to Ming Xiu's. But no matter how he attacked, he wasn't as decisive as Ming Xiu. Even if he used all his strength, he could only maximize it. He didn't have that kind of determination. Feng Qiuyan took his saber and said to Zhou Wen, "Coach, since we're already here, why don't you spar with me?" He didn't use a practice saber, because he already had absolute confidence in his saber techniques. No matter how intense the battle was, he wouldn't accidentally injure Zhou Wen. All right, Zhou Wen felt that he had no choice. Feng Qiuyan had requested to spar with him, so he didn't refuse and slashed down with his sword. Zhou Wen hadn't really practiced his sword techniques before. With transcendent flying immortal, coupled with his movement techniques, he was basically able to subdue the enemy with one strike. He didn't need that many techniques. One strike was enough. This was actually the same as Ming Xiu's. The two of them didn't usually attack with their swords, but when they did, they would use their full strength. However, due to the difference in their personalities, their techniques split into two very different branches. Zhou Wen's movement and sword techniques were so fast that even Feng Qiuyan couldn't keep up with him. All he could do was passively slash his saber to block. Ming Xiu and Tianjin, who were outside the door, heard the sounds from the training grounds. Knowing that Zhou Wen and company were sparring, they walked in again. Upon seeing the two of them fighting, Tianjin said in surprise, "Feng Qiuyan has been suppressed to the point of only defending." She had never seen Feng Qiuyan use a defensive stance. Feng Qiuyan often sparred with Ming Xiu, so no matter how strong Ming Xiu's sword techniques were, Feng Qiuyan would choose to attack him without losing out. But now, Feng Qiuyan didn't even have the chance to counterattack under Zhou Wen's sword techniques. Ming Xiu watched as he said, "Coach's sword techniques are indeed much faster and stronger than mine. Furthermore, he still has more strength he's holding back. It's unlike mine. Once I strike, I use all my strength and am completely unable to control myself. He hasn't used all his strength yet." Tianjin was alarmed. If he had suppressed Feng Qiuyan to this extent, without even using his full strength, how powerful would he be when he used all his strength? Zhou Wen kept using transcendent flying immortal. Although it was only a single move, it created different effects due to the angle of attacks when combined with the variation in movement technique. However, Feng Qiuyan's saber technique was like a turtle's shell, completely impenetrable. Just a sword technique alone couldn't break through his defense. Although he could suppress Feng Qiuyan, he was unable to defeat him. Feng Qiuyan was also suppressed to the point of not having the ability to counterattack. After exchanging more than 100 blows, Zhou Wen felt that he couldn't freely engage in battle as he wished. He found it boring, so he retracted his sword and retreated. "It's boring. That's it. It's because I'm not strong enough that coach can't enjoy it. Don't worry, I'll continue working hard," Feng Qiuyan said seriously. "Then continue working hard." Zhou Wen placed the sword back on the rack and left the training grounds with Lai Qiuan. "Old Zhou, you've already advanced to the epic stage. What's the point of going to school? Have you considered what you will do after graduation?" Lai Qiuan asked Zhou Wen casually as they walked through campus. "Something related to dimensional zones. It's best if it's an easy job. It's best if I can game at work," Zhou Wen said without any thought. "You will only be 20 when you graduate, and an epic stage at that. Although not everyone will dare to hire you because of Wang Minjuan, many people in Luoyang will definitely be willing to hire you. Your request isn't a problem, but do you really plan on spending the rest of your life like this?" Lai Qiuan asked as he looked at Zhou Wen calmly. Chapter 448, Missing. "I think it's good this way. Why can't I?" Zhou Wen wasn't someone who liked to go too far. His greatest goal now was to rescue the former principal and find a safe place to live his life before raising his strength. Even if the dimensional zone's seal failed in the future, he could still protect himself and his friends and family. You definitely know that the occurrences of breakout creatures these days are increasing in frequency. The breakout creatures that appeared in our school previously destroyed the library. There was also the sky spiders that nearly destroyed Luoyang City. In the future, this world will only become more and more chaotic. What kind of job can you find to lead a peaceful life? Lai Qiuan asked. Zhou Wen thought that it made sense. When the world turned into a monster amusement park, there wouldn't be jobs that could allow him such an idyllic life. "Then what do you want after graduation?" Zhou Wen asked Lai Qiuan. "I wish to build a city myself and gather many powerful humans. I want to build an impregnable castle. The city will be filled with my friends and family. I want to be able to protect them," Lai Qiuan said. "If you have such thoughts, you are no different from me," Zhou Wen said with a smile. "How is that the same? I'm proactively attacking. You are just passively getting beaten up," Lai Qiuan said disdainfully as he cast a glance. "All right, let's make an agreement here. You can leave me a room when you build the city so that I have a place to stay," Zhou Wen said. "Then you will have to wait. It's impossible to build a city without the standards of a top epic. I haven't even come close to the epic stage. Who knows when I can become a top epic?" Lai Qiuan said with a smile. "I believe you will definitely reach it," Zhou Wen said seriously. "All right. That's an agreement. In the future, I'll build a city and leave the best compound for you to comfortably stay in," Lai Qiuan said heroically. The two of them chatted as they walked. However, most of the time, Zhou Wen listened to Lai Qiuan voice out his future ideals. As for himself, he didn't seem to have many pursuits. The only time he felt a sense of achievement was when his level increased and his abilities improved. "Today is my father's birthday. Why don't you join me? Just treat it as a free meal. It's a waste not to eat it," Lai Xuan dragged Zhou Wen out of the school. Although Lai Xuan greatly disliked Lai Mobai, it wasn't likely he would fall out with him in front of his father. Apart from Lai Xuan and Lai Mobai, Old Master Lai had also adopted many godsons and goddaughters, so the rich and famous in Luoyang came to congratulate him. Even and Tianzuo had sent someone to deliver a gift. The Lai family was especially lively today. I really don't have to buy a gift. Zhou Wen had been dragged over by Lai Xuan. He hadn't bought any gifts and went to the Lai family empty-handed. What else are you going to give me? You coming is already giving me face. Now, everyone knows that you are Aoyang Lan's favorite son. Even in Jing isn't as doted on as you. Lai Xuan pointed at the buffet table and said, "Eat anything you want, drink whatever you want. As long as you don't get drunk and go crazy." "That won't happen." "I don't drink," Zhou Wen said. "I'll take a look over there. Get something to eat first. Call me if there's anything you need," Lai Xuan said as he went to the other side. Zhou Wen didn't know anyone, so he didn't need to worry. He took the food and beverages and minded his own business by eating. "Zhou Wen, we meet again. Have you considered the matter I told you about previously?" Lai Mobai walked over and said to Zhou Wen with a smile. "Didn't I already give you an answer?" Zhou Wen said indifferently. "Don't you think about it any more?" Lai Mobai asked with a smile. "There's no need," Zhou Wen answered with certainty. "That's such a pity." Lai Mobai shook his head slightly before walking away. After Lai Mobai left, Zhou Wen didn't take the matter to heart as he continued eating. Zhou Wen and Lai Xuan had agreed that the two of them would return to school after the birthday banquet ended. However, Zhou Wen never saw Lai Xuan again. When the banquet was almost over, he didn't see Lai Xuan, nor did he pick up his phone. Could something have happened to Lai Xuan? Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. However, with this being the Lai family who could touch Lai Xuan, even Lai Mobai didn't have the guts to touch Lai Xuan in front of Old Master Lai, right? However, Zhou Wen felt uneasy. He immediately used Truth Listener's earring to search the Lai family manor, hoping to find Lai Xuan. At this moment, in a secret chamber, Lai Xuan woke up groggily. His vision gradually cleared as he realized that he was chained up with some strange metal. His body was bound to a metal chair while Lai Mobai was standing in front of him. "Lai Mobai, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that the old man will know that you dared to attack me here?" Lai Xuan glared fiercely at Lai Mobai. "I think you're really not fully awake. Do you want me to help you recall how you came here?" Lai Mobai's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. "Didn't you?" As Lai Xuan spoke, his expression changed. He gradually recalled what had happened before he came. He was supposed to be at a banquet, but Lai Weiyang had called him and said that she was at the back door of the Lai family residence. As she was an illegitimate daughter, Lai Weiyang didn't even have the right to attend the family birthday banquet. When Lai Xuan went out to meet her, she said that she had a gift for Old Master Lai, but since it wasn't convenient for her to give it to him, she asked him to deliver it for her. Lai Xuan naturally agreed, but after he received the gift from Lai Weiyang, who he wasn't wary of, he fainted and woke up to find himself here. "What's wrong with you?" "Sis Weiyang." "Lai Mobai, if you dare touch her, I'll kill you." Lai Xuan glared at Lai Mobai and said fiercely. Lai Mobai laughed and pinched Lai Xuan's face with one hand. Lai Xuan, you're still so stupid." You don't know the dangers of this world. I originally thought you were playing the pig, but from the looks of it, you are really a pig." As he spoke, Lai Mobai released Lai Xuan and reached out to press the button on the remote control. Then, Lai Xuan saw the wall in front of him gradually turn transparent. It turned out that it wasn't a real wall but a mirror. After the motorized curtain lifted, he saw the room opposite. Lai Xuan's gaze landed on the room across him, and immediately saw Lai Weiyang inside. Chapter 449, Life-Snatching Goo. "Lai Mobai, what are you trying to do?" Lai Xuan gritted his teeth and asked. "Nothing much. After all, you are my brother. Even if you die, you have to understand why." Lai Mobai picked up a walkie-talkie and said, "Lai Weiyang, you did well on this matter." Lai Weiyang clearly couldn't see the room. Upon hearing Lai Mobai's voice, she immediately looked around in panic. She realized that the sound came from a speaker, and she said agitatedly, "I've already done what you asked me to do. Please remove the poisonous goo from my body." Lai Mobai glanced at Lai Xuan and continued, "Lai Xuan usually treats you so well, yet you handed him to me. Don't you know what happens when he falls into my hands?" Lai Xuan had planned on speaking, but he fell silent when he heard Lai Mobai's question. He looked through the mirror on the wall at Lai Weiyang. Lai Weiyang turned pale. "I know I let Lai Xuan down, but I just want to live. There's nothing I can do." "He's your younger brother," Lai Mobai said mockingly. "There's nothing I can do. I'm just an illegitimate daughter, but he's the third scion of the Lai family who's high and mighty. We don't belong to the same world to begin with. He treats me well, but it's just a farce to show to others. It's just pity charity." Lai Xuan's face turned pale when he heard that. He had always treated Lai Weiyang as his sister, but he never expected her to say something like that. Although she was saying it with her life under duress, the words were still unacceptable to Lai Xuan. Lai Mobai didn't say a word. All he did was look at Lai Xuan. However, Lai Weiyang grew anxious. "I've already done what you asked me to do. You said you will remove the poisonous goo from my body. Quickly remove it." Lai Weiyang slammed the table in annoyance, her voice sounding agitated with a hint of pleading. "Of course, I will keep my promise. However, you still have to do one last thing for me. After doing this, you can regain your freedom," Lai Mobai said. "What else do you want me to do?" Lai Weiyang asked loudly. "Lai Weiyang, you should know that there's no absolute secret once someone else knows it. If I release you now, one day, you will tell everyone that I killed Lai Xuan," Lai Mobai said calmly. "No, no, no. I definitely won't say anything. I won't say anything. You have to believe me." Lai Weiyang waved her hand in panic, fear written all over her face. "I don't like having my fate controlled by the hands of others. It's easy for me to let you go. You just need to personally kill Lai Xuan. That's the only way I can let you go without worries. I don't have to worry about exposing the secret because the first one to die will be you," Lai Mobai said. "No, no, no. I can't do that." Lai Weiyang shook her head as she retreated. "Of course, you have the right to choose, but if you don't, I can only let you die here." "Only dead people keep secrets," Lai Mobai said. "You can't do this to me." Lai Weiyang's face warped as she appeared conflicted. "Ah!" Suddenly, Lai Weiyang held her stomach as she collapsed to the ground in pain. The poison has already taken effect. You don't have much time left, Lai Mobai said expressionlessly. I promise you, Lai Weiyang said in pain. Lai Chuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning as his expression turned extremely nasty. Sorry, you took too long to agree. I've changed my mind. Dead people are still better at keeping secrets. As Lai Mobai spoke, he rubbed the ring on his finger. Lai Weiyang immediately spasmed. In just a moment, she rolled her eyes and spat out white foam. She was quickly dying. Stop. She has already agreed to it. Why are you still killing her? Lai Chuan shouted. Lai Mobai said indifferently, because I never planned on letting her out alive. Only dead people can truly keep secrets. This world is just that cruel. With that said, Lai Mobai extended his hand in front of Lai Chuan. A strange bug was in his palm. It looked like a centipede, but it had a scorpion's tail. It had 4 transparent wings on its back, and its head looked like that of a cricket. It looked very strange. Do you know what this is? Lai Mobai asked with a smile. Seeing Lai Chuan stare at him with those blood-red eyes, Lai Mobai continued, It's a special companion beast. Its name is life-snatching goo. However, don't worry. It won't really kill you. The life it snatches is your life providence. Then it can transfer it to me and make me have dual life providences. You want my life providence. Since you want my life providence so badly, why don't you cultivate the invincible connate divine art yourself? Lai Chuan stared blankly at Lai Mobai. Lai Mobai revealed a strange smile. Because cultivating the invincible connate divine art requires one to be a virgin. If I were to cultivate it, the Lai family wouldn't have any successors. But you are different. You've cultivated the invincible divine art, and once I snatch your life providence from you, I don't need to maintain my virginity. Although it's not as impressive as cultivating the invincible connate divine art personally, it's still enough. Without waiting for Lai Chuan to speak, Lai Mobai continued, My talent is better than yours and I'm stronger than you. The old man made you cultivate the invincible connate divine art because he prepared you for me. Impossible. You are lying, Lai Chuan said loudly. I'm lying. Everyone knows that once one cultivates in the invincible connate divine art, one can't have descendants. Even the original owner of the invincible connate divine art, the Xia family, didn't cultivate it. Yet, the old man made you cultivate it. Do you think this is something a father would do? Lai Mobai said with a smile. I was the one who wanted to cultivate in the invincible connate divine art. It has nothing to do with the old man, Lai Chuan said. Was it really your intention? Do you remember when you were young? Who told you how powerful the invincible connate divine art was? How impressive the Xia family's patriarch was? Lai Mobai continued with a smile. Ever since you were young, everyone told you that the invincible connate divine art was great and awesome. It subtly influenced you into thinking that it was nothing to be a virgin your entire life, just to cultivate in such a primordial energy art, right? Lai Chuan wanted to retort, but it did seem like this had been the case when he was young. Including the old man, everyone had told him that the invincible connate divine art was powerful and invincible. Once he mastered it, he would become a hero of the world. Therefore, from a young age, he felt that cultivating the invincible connate divine art was an act of a hero. Now that Lai Mobai had pointed it out to him, Zhou Wen felt his body turn cold. Impossible. The old man can't do this to me. I'm his son. He can't possibly do this to me. Zhou Wen seemed to be trying to convince himself. If you were really his son, of course he wouldn't. Unfortunately, you aren't. You always thought you were his biological son, but that's not the case. You were just a tool that was prepared for me. It's been hard on you. After all these years, your mission is completed, Lai Mobai said as he placed the life-snatching goo on Zhou Wen's face. The life-snatching goo automatically crawled into Zhou Wen's nose. In its wake, Zhou Wen felt as though it was slicing his body with a knife. Soon, the pain reached his heart. At the same time, he felt a strange force spread throughout his body. My good brother, thank you for all your years of arduous cultivation. I'll treat your life providence well. When my name becomes famous, your life providence will become famous alongside me. As my younger brother, you should be very happy, right? Lai Mobai's finger slid across Zhou Wen's forehead, emitting a strange light as though it was stabbing into Zhou Wen's head. Be-starred. You are a be-starred. Zhou Wen felt like countless steel needles were stabbing into his head, as though they were trying to suck his brain away. Zhou Wen struggled with all his might, but the metal chains had a strange effect. They didn't only seal his body, but it also blocked his primordial energy circulation. Don't use profanities. The Lai family has raised you for so many years, so you should be grateful. Lai Mobai continued, by the way, you still have a very good classmate called Zhou Wen, right? You're quite pitiful too. You can't get close to women, so you ended up liking men. Whatever, I'll kill him with your life providence in the future and get him to accompany you. Lai Ziu Bai. Like the straw that broke the camel's back, Zhou Wen's eyes turned blood red. All his primordial energy spewed out like blood flames that burned crazily. His bones and muscles swelled as his hair stood on end. A blood-colored carapace appeared over him, forming a strange armor. 4 transparent blood wings spread out from his back, like a supernatural being. On him, a red beam of light condensed, resembling a devil that came from ancient times. It attached itself to Zhou Wen. Crack! The metal chain that sealed his body and primordial energy broke inch by inch, no longer capable of binding his body. Lai Ziyubai, I'm going to kill you. Zhou Wen's blood-red eyes stared at Lai Mobai, roaring angrily. The blood-red projection around him roared as well, like a devil had possessed him. He didn't even call out Lai Mobai's name, directly calling him by his actual name, Lai Ziyubai. Come on, let me see what capabilities you have to kill me, Lai Mobai said as his eyes shimmered with zeal. Die! Zhou Wen's eyes burned with killing intent as blood-colored light exploded from his body. The devil behind him roared as he struck Lai Mobai with a punch with bloody flames. Boom! The blood-red light exploded in the secret chamber, reducing the entire secret chamber to ruins. Chapter 450, Evil King Gu. Lai Mobai's eyes widened as he leaned against the cracked wall. Zhou Wen's fist brushed past his head, slamming into the wall. The terrifying power caused the metal walls of the chamber to shatter. Everything looked like ruins. Pa! Lai Mobai slapped Zhou Wen in the face and said in disdain, You're still so cowardly and useless. Even at this stage, you still don't dare kill me. Why did you do so much? Why did you give me your life soul? It's not a life snatching. What you gave me was your life soul, Lai Xuan said as he stared at Lai Mobai. I still failed. Lai Mobai was extremely disappointed as he leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. The luster of his body gradually faded. What do you mean? Lai Xuan looked at Lai Mobai and asked with gritted teeth. Lai Mobai sighed and said, Why are you still unable to be heartless even at this stage? Don't tell me you're not angry at all. Even if I were in hell, I wouldn't become a devil. Lai Mobai, what were you trying to do? Lai Xuan asked again. Lai Mobai closed his eyes and said, Do you still remember Big Brother? Of course I remember. Why are you mentioning him? Lai Xuan asked. Brother was peerless and was far better than both of us. He was no less inferior to Xianxia of the N family. If he had lived to this day, our Lai family would definitely be in a better state than we are now. It wouldn't be difficult for us to become true elites, Lai Mobai said. He's already been dead for so many years. Is there any point in saying all this now? Lai Xuan frowned. Don't you want to know how brother died? Lai Mobai opened his eyes and stared at Lai Xuan. Wasn't brother killed by a dimensional creature when he went dimensional creature hunting in a dimensional zone? Lai Xuan's heart stirred as he vaguely felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Killed by dimensional creatures. That's technically right. Humans are the dirtiest dimensional creatures, Lai Mobai mocked. What do you mean? Do you mean that brother was killed by someone? It wasn't an accident. Lai Xuan stared at Lai Mobai and said, Of course not. Back then, before brother left, he told me that he wanted to go to the Dragon Gate Grotto to hunt fairies and to get a fairy companion egg for me as a birthday present. Lai Mobai closed his eyes, his voice a little hoarse. But when he died, he was in Old Dragon Cave. Back then, I had my suspicions about why he was in Old Dragon Cave. He shouldn't have gone there. Brother was a man of his word. Since he agreed to get me a fairy companion egg, he would definitely have gone to the Lotus Flower Cave. He wouldn't leave before getting a fairy companion egg. I didn't dare to tell anyone about this because I was too young and weak back then. I didn't have the ability to do anything, so I could only bury this matter in my heart. I slowly investigated when I grew up and had the powers to do so. Lai Mobai continued, In order to make myself stronger, I chose to cultivate the Evil Gu Sutra. It gave me the power to control Gu, allowing me to use it as a foundation to control people. Slowly, I obtained clues. Everything pointed to a huge entity. That faction is too powerful, so powerful that it made me despair. Even if I used all my strength, I wouldn't be able to shake that massive figure. Who are they? Lai Xuan stared at Lai Mobai and asked. The Xia family, Lai Mobai said. The Xia family that gave us our invincible connate divine art. Lai Xuan looked at Lai Mobai in surprise. Invincible connate divine art. That's nothing but a joke. The invincible connate divine art they gave us is an incomplete version. If your talent wasn't so outstanding, no matter how much you cultivated it, you wouldn't have made any achievements. Thankfully, the heavens blessed you. You managed to master an incomplete, invincible connate divine art, and condensed a high-level life providence like immortal god of combat. But that's not enough. Although you are very strong, you are still far inferior to brother. Furthermore, the invincible connate divine art's weakness is too obvious. With your personality, I'm afraid you would give up everything for a woman if you were to meet one that you loved. Lai Xuan was at a loss for words. He might really do that. The Xia family has no lack of women who can stir hearts, Lai Mobai said in disdain. So, you want me to be completely heartless? There's no need for you to do that. All you need to do is tell me about brother. I can do it. There's no need for you to treat Wei Yang that way, Lai Xuan said through gritted teeth. It's not just because of this. To become an enemy of the Xia family and wipe it out, both of us are lacking. No matter how talented you are or how you can master an incomplete, invincible, connate divine art to its limits and match that hero from the Xia family back then, you still can't touch the Xia family. Lai Mobai opened his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. After lots of thinking, I came up with the only method to give us a fighting chance against the Xia family. In my cultivation of the Evil Gu Sutra, there's a way of transferring. It's like a daughter I raise. After growing up and marrying someone else, I can transfer my life soul, Evil King Gu, to you and help you condense a life soul. After absorbing the Evil King Gu, your life soul will no longer be a pure life soul, condensed by the invincible connate divine art. It will subtly influence you, causing your body and life providence to change. It will make you stronger, far stronger than a pure, invincible connate divine art. It will not have the fatal flaw. Only then will you have the chance to deal with the Xia family. However, cultivating the Evil Gu Sutra requires one to be emotionless, or it will cause them to leave behind a huge latent problem. And to obtain the recognition of my life soul, Evil King Gu, after I completely transfer it to you, you will also need to be heartless. At the very least, at the moment of fusion, you have to be able to disown your family. Only then will Evil King Gu willingly sacrifice itself to be transferred to you. Lai Mobai closed his eyes again. If I really did kill you and accomplish the act of being heartless, then who will tell me about brother? Without knowing anything, what's the point of doing all of this? Lai Xuan felt that Lai Mobai was too bigoted. Me. A voice came from the room next door. As the secret chamber had been destroyed by the blast, the mirror wall had also shattered. Lai Weiyang, who had fallen to the ground, stood up alive. However, there was a strange change to her face. She didn't look like Lai Weiyang anymore. Her face was like an unfamiliar woman. Her name is Butterfly. Initially, after I die, she would tell you everything and support you to continue proceeding forward until you destroy the Xia family. Now, it's useless, Lai Mobai said as he tried to stand up. Lai Xuan subconsciously wanted to help Lai Mobai up, but Lai Mobai pushed him away and said indifferently, "There's no need to help me. Since you failed, I'll continue taking this path." But you, Lai Xuan wanted to say that his life soul was gone, and the Evil Gu Sutra was crippled. How could an ordinary person, without any cultivation, continue the path? There are no buts. Even if it's the path to hell, I have to walk it again. Lai Mobai propped himself up and staggered towards the door. He was weak but firm. If Lai Xuan's body was in the depths of hell as he headed for light, Lai Mobai was the person who walked towards hell.